Let's start with the simple statement that hearing and navigating in sonic environment is for humans, as for other animals, as important as are the other senses. Even in the very beginning of our own existence is sound the essential agency and medium. Before we are born physically, we are born acoustically, still inside uterus. We learn about the other not because we can see it, but because we hear it.
Budu mít pouštět to video a když budu mluvit do toho, prostě jestli se to tam objeví nebo ne.
On dawn of our own consciousness. We know about our own body because we can listen to the rhythm of the heartbeat of our own heart and the heartbeat of our mother. Before we start to listen outward, we listen inward, as Hillel Schwartz, who wrote the famous book about noise, would say. Entering our ears and brain, both from outside and from inside the belly of mother. What kind of sounds are we hearing before we can see? Those sounds are close or distant, clear or muffled, rhythmic and regular, sudden and irregular, pleasant or alarming, penetrating, poisoning, calming, joyful and harsh, deep or high frequency, loud or quiet. I imagine
Já už jsem ho zapnul.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hello.
Martin and Vit, I have a question because I have a small presentation. And I think, I can share it. Perfect. Looks good.
So you will be live?
She's like,
I will be live.
Okay. That's nice.
Hey.
Hopefully. We'll see.
We hope
Looks like it.
everything will be fine.
no more performances today.
Oh, well.
But do you have a recording of what happened yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect.
Everything is recorded.
Great.
Very good.
And will be on the website in 2 weeks, maybe earlier.
You can also watch it on the YouTube channel, which...
Please don't edit it.
Yeah.
Oh, you made great jokes. It was...
No. I mean, leave the loops in there because this is really part of the experience.
I think we could make a whole conference on this kind of technological glitch.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The thing that glitched.
There was another window. The Chrome or YouTube was open once on the bar, invisibly.
Yeah.
It created the loop, and we were checking all the wires, all the mics, everything.
But the funniest thing really was when someone said, and now it starts again. And we had this little piece of conversation that was kind of looped. And I really thought I'm in a Star Trek series, I don't know, episode, temporal paradox. We have to go back to the past to change this thing. So strange.
So we are looking forward to your talk, and we will start at 10 o'clock. Will you say something in the beginning? Welcome, everyone. Yeah.
We can wait a few minutes after 10.
Yeah, sure. Make sure that everyone has a cup of coffee and is ready.
Yeah, coffee. That's important.
And your dog was an important part of yesterday's. Yes. I like him or her very much.
Yeah, she's super sweet, but sometimes she just starts crying for no reason. And then she walks around the flat and cries, and you think, okay, stop, dog, stop. And then usually if you take her up and pet her a little bit, it's okay again. So I thought I amuse you all a little bit and have the dog.
I wouldn't call it amusement. It was like making the Zoom more personal.
More animal.
More animal, yeah, sure. I mean, there are studies that puppies reduce stress for students when they are when they have to write a lot of exams. So in Edinburgh, I think it was a university kind of borrowed puppies for the hardcore exam phase, so that students could go to a room and pet some puppies and then go back to the library or whatever they were doing, but it would significantly reduce stress levels.
It's a great idea.
I want that.
Me too. Even without stress, I want that.
Hoi, Ronne.
Hoi. Hi.
We admired your talk, Ivan. Everybody liked it, and we're sorry that we couldn't discuss it more, but there was a discussion even without you, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to hear the discussion.
Yes, we were wondering because Martin said that you were in a building that closes at 6.
Yeah, I'm at the university where I teach, and the building closes at 6, so I had to leave. You know, if you know, so.
But we still saw you, as you know, we still saw the Ivan Gutierrez thing on the Zoom call, and we thought, okay, maybe now you're stuck in the building and have to stay there.
Yeah, right.
No, I connected again on my phone, but I was on a tram and then the metro, and
Okay.
Yeah.
I just heard a little bit, but I couldn't hear the whole thing all the time.
It's a fancy German bread, actually. Bernd. You have a great German kitchen. It's a bakery tradition in Germany.
You want to
Oh,
bite?
please.
Sorry. But we could, I don't know, I could give you a bite of this and I get some real Schlebichki or something like that. That would also.
Yeah. Back with Star Trek and Replicators, it would be so easy to have some good Czech beer in Germany and send you some German bread. But
so let's make it real.
Let's make it real.
Well, the Germans, it's 10 o'clock. There's something wrong in the state of Germany.
They are already here.
Ah. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Enjoy your breakfast, Bernd.
Second. The first one at 6.
I wanted to ask if it's the first or the second, but I thought it's unpolite.
This was just a coffee. I can't eat anything at 6 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't work.
Yeah, we apologize that we wear masks, but we need to.
Yeah,
we are inside the institution, so it's compulsory. Basically,
in small room, not members of the same family, which is the members of the same academia, which is more than family, right? So
shall we start?
I think I start with some introducing words which are not important. And so, hi there again. Good morning, everyone on Zoom and on our YouTube channel. There are some people watching us right now. And it's my pleasure to start the second day of our conference. I want again thank everyone for yesterday, for the great and in a way very personal experience of sharing ideas, of thinking about sounds and with sounds, and it was very inspiring. So I'm looking forward to today. I can maybe mention, if there's time, that we have applied for a special or topical issue of a journal, which is called Open Philosophy. The journal is published with De Gruyter, and it's an open access journal. The editor-in-chief is Graham Harman, one of the main figures of oriented ontology. So I will be sending an email to everyone, but we can invite you to publish a paper in this topical issue on sonic thinking. But
wow.
That's just an announcement, and I will send an email about this. But so I think we could start. So I'm really excited about next session, which is called Rhythm of Biosounds. And the first talk is live by Luisa Kohlenberg from Goethe University in Frankfurt. Luisa, please.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. I'm not the most, wait a second. Like this. Can you all see something? I don't hear you, which is strange.
Yes, we can. It's perfect.
We can see you and hear you.
Wonderful.
We muted ourselves.
All right.
Floor is yours.
Let's begin. Let me begin with a few personal words. Because early in summer 2013, I stumbled into a conference that bore the illustrious name of Sound Thinking. In the introduction, Bernd showed a video of a city as a gramophone record played by a giant gramophone. An image that still fascinates me, and one that I would like to ask you to keep in mind. Although I had focused mainly on linguistics in my studies, and nearly everyone in the conference mentioned the name Deleuze, a philosopher I had never heard before and knew nothing about, which made following the talks quite challenging, I was hooked on the question what this mysterious sound thinking might mean. No more linguistics then. A lot of throwing books by Deleuze around the room, because you can be happy with Deleuze either being mildly intrigued by his ideas from a lot of distance or having studied his work all your life and got to the bottom of every term that changed its meaning when taken up by Deleuze. Unless you're a philosophical prodigy, everything in between is fascinating and annoying, but mainly fascinating. But here I am, thanks for the invitation. That conference in 2013 was for me the beginning of so many good things, and I'm very happy and extremely grateful that we are in the middle of a volume 2 in a year that was strange and burdened by this gruesome pandemic. So the title of my talk, and you saw it already, is Rhythmic Encounters in Interspecies Improvisation. And I would like to start from the back and first of all, introduce David Rothenberg to you, a US-American jazz musician and philosophy professor. Improvisation is, of course, a constitutive part of being a jazz musician, but David made it his specialty to improvise with species other than the human one. Over the last 20 years, Rothenberg has played music with birds, bugs, and whales, and humans, of course. The concept is quickly explained. Rothenberg takes his clarinet, goes where his non-human co-musicians reside, and tries to engage them in a musical dialogue, which he records and later reworks in his studio. One of his recent projects has taken him to Berlin in 2018, longtime home to colonies of nightingales, where he attempted to play with them and a few other human musicians. Rothenberg is not the first to produce music in which animals play a part. But when reviewing the history of music and animals in music, he does stand out because he tries to engage directly with animals. He does not just record their sounds and songs, and later improvises in the studio to bird sounds or whale songs, but tries to establish a musical dialogue on site. There's a strong sense of trying to make contact on the terms of the other, the attempt to find common ground with the animal via a musical code. His method is pretty simple. Armed with the necessary technical equipment, Rothenberg goes where the animals he tries to play with are, be it in their natural habitat like the whales, what you see on the screen now, or places like the National Aviary in Pittsburgh, and then tries to play along with them. He records those encounters and subsequently uses them for study purposes or the production of experimental jazz albums, with which he often publishes a book as well. In his books and talks, he stresses again and again that he wants to learn from the animal musicians he encounters and tries to hook on what they are playing, foreign rhythms, foreign melodies, and harmonies. His aim is nothing less than an artistic encounter with animals. And this might look and sound like this. So let's hope it works.
We're going out, meet the whales, and make some music with them. Come on.
There's no question that in nature there's music in abundance. And it has been said and written by so many people that it sounds almost shallow. But think of the image of the city read by the needle of the gramophone. To me, it exemplifies a classic field recording approach. Take a microphone and a recorder, hold your breath and press record. Then listen to what the world is singing, enjoy the beauty and maybe wonder what it all means. Many beautiful recordings have sprung from this practice, but Rothenberg's approach differs fundamentally. Whereas soundscapers often try to get recordings with as little interference from themselves as recorders as possible, although I'm aware that this is also changing, Rothenberg wants to provoke an exchange between him as a musician and animals as musicians. He wants to join the world and meddle with it. A few sentences before, I stated that it would be close to shallow to say that in nature there's music in abundance. However, the cultural achievement of music as art seems to be judged as a very human affair. For example, most people will not have a problem in affirming that birds and whales sing songs. But for example, Richard Brom's theory of sexual selection, Darwin's second evolutionary principle, as the evolution of aesthetics, was not exactly warmly welcomed among evolutionary biologists, who focus very much on beauty as a feature in the process of finding the healthiest mate. It seems hard to think of nature's abundant beauty as a token of pleasure. Needless to say that Deleuze and Guattari were not quite silent on the subject of art. For them, the domain of art is by no means restricted to the symbolic order of human cultural organization. Art does not wait for humans to begin, they famously state in 1,000 Plateaus. On the contrary, Deleuze and Guattari understand art with natural preconditions, not cultural ones. Art is seen as a function of nature more than a conscious action of an individual, and has its origin in territorialization. Perhaps art begins with the animal, at least with the animal that carves out a territory. Art originates in nature with the territorializing animal, derived from the concept of sexual selection, where bodies are intensified for the sake of pleasure, to create non-functional abundance, to foster the appealing, the irregular, the unpredictable. Art is therefore an issue of territory, and for Deleuze and Guattari, it begins with architecture. Art is the extension of the architectural imperative to organize the space of the earth. Let's go back to humans and non-humans making music together. In order to think about the interspecies improvisation of Rothenberg as rhythmic encounters, we have to stick with the idea of the territory for a while. What is a territory, and why and how is it connected to rhythm? Deleuze and Guattari suggest a continuity among human and non-human species in their modes of occupying space. Artistic acts make territories. Music makes territories. Humans and non-humans use sound and music to establish a territory, and Deleuze and Guattari give the example of a child that sings in the dark. With its song, the child creates a safe space. It structures the darkness around it by the use of song. Non-human animals also use sounds to establish a territory. For example, birdsong, which is recognized as a basic component of marking their territory. From there, Deleuze and Guattari abstract the sonic motifs to extend the notion of the refrain to refer to any kind of rhythmic pattern that stakes out a territory. When we look more closely at how territories are formed with Deleuze and Guattari, we have to disentangle first the idea of milieus and rhythm. Milieus are described as vibratory. They are erected by periodic repetition. Maybe think of your heart that beats in a periodic repetition, yet are always on the move. Every milieu is coded, a code being defined by periodic repetition, but each code is in a perpetual state of transcoding and transduction. A milieu is organized, but always open to change. The milieus are open to chaos, which threatens them with exhaustion or intrusion. Rhythm is the milieu's answer to chaos. Chaos, in turn, is the backdrop of everything here. It is the milieu of all milieus, and rhythm takes then place between milieus. But how then does a territory come to be? An artistic act territorializes milieus and rhythms. Milieu components emerge as qualities and rhythms become expressive. The function determines the space, not the other way around. The territorializing function of the expressive quality establishes a space. The space does not determine the territory, which makes the territory an act. Rhythm itself, the differential, incommensurable relation between milieus, creates the territory, and with it expressive qualities that stake out a possession. So a territory takes from the present milieus and rhythms and is built by milieu components, but the difference to just creating a bigger or more complex milieu is that in a territory, those components are not longer functional, but expressive. There is a territory when rhythm has expressiveness. What defines territory is the emergence of matters of expression, or even more precise, the act of expression makes the territory. Territorialization is an act of rhythm that has become expressive. In the Rothenberg concept, we basically have one territorializing animal meeting another territorializing animal. And in this case, both animals territorialize via sound. The rhythms and temporalities that encounter each other couldn't be more different. Body rhythms of different size musician, think of bird versus human or human versus whale. different ways to produce sounds. For example, birds have different vocal tracts than humans, and whales probably produce their songs via some kind of larynx-like structure in their throat, but scientists are not quite sure how this exactly works, which is fun that we still don't know how this works. We also have different preconditions of perceiving sounds, not to mention the different hearing ranges, and so on and so forth. If we were to talk about communication and the exchange of factual content, there would be ample space for misunderstandings. All those milieus and rhythms are part of the audible encounter. Body sizes influences lung capacity, that in turn will influence the airflow during singing or playing the clarinet, and will have a direct impact on the rhythms and melodies played or sung. If we see rhythm not just as repeated beat, because that would be meter, but as a productive and expressive means of creating territory, the encountering rhythms exceed the individual participant and the music they bring. If an encounter breaks with our, as Bernd yesterday said, with our habitual ways of experiencing, if it breaks with our strategies of how we conceive the world, what is broken with here? Or in Deleuzian terms, what is deterritorialized? First of all, jazz music is deterritorialized. It is taken out from the jazz club and into the wild. The fixed relations of the genre in a human-only environment are loosened and new creative potential is opened up. Animal song is likewise taken out from its usual interspecies context, from its usual intraspecies context, I should say, and the ensuing sonic dialogue creates a joint rhythm, and with it, a joint space, a temporal habitat for all involved animals, the human and the non-human ones. Both ways of producing music are deterritorialized from their original contexts and reterritorialized in the encounter as a new territory emerges when the human and non-human musicians find common ground by creating a common code. What are the properties of this joint territory? It is fleeting, as all territories. It is stable and site-specific, as it has some form of internal structure because of the specificity of the interacting rhythm, but it is not static. But probably nothing in Deleuzian philosophy is ever static. Made up of different milieus and rhythms, and neither human nor animal, but a space of becoming both at the same time. It asks many questions about how we understand art and music. It sets us on a course of discovery instead of looking for answers that fit the questions. Through this improvisation with species other than the human one, and through the creation of new non-human rhythms and joint territories, Rothenberg decentralizes an anthropocentric model of thinking music, and with it, thinking art, and with it, rethinking our concepts of nature and culture, and maybe with that, thinking about our own status in the world, our position and perceptions, our perspectives, and also our politics. What else can the Deleuzian concept of territory do for the Rothenberg animal assemblage? Well, consider the animal. Used and abused more often than met with and encountered, by far the biggest amount of animals in our Western societies are products for our plates. Ethologists and behavioral biologists try to find out something about animal behavior. Their task is observation and then interpretation of observed behavior. Meeting with an animal to make music together is a completely different kind of research. It's neither about finding something out about the individual or the species. It is about creating something together that one could not have done without the other part. It is in every way artistic research. It works via experimentation and depends on the other's willingness or motivation to play along. The focus is not on communication. Rothenberg isn't trying to get a message across, nor does he listen for messages from animals, as have done other musicians. And I don't know if you know that, but for example, Jim Norman, he also tried to play with animals. Wrote a book of dolphin, it's called Dolphin Dreamtime. And if you have a spare minute, it's absolutely worth reading. Because let's just put it like this, his way to carry out interspecies communication was not generally accepted by the scientific community, but I think the esoteric one was pretty exhilarated about it. So if we consider these rhythmic encounters as artistic research, I wonder what kind of knowledge is gained here. The animal sings but doesn't speak. Maybe it communicates something, maybe not. Maybe this is all for fun. After an encounter between human and non-human via music, we analyze what we can listen to after the recording has been done. And we wonder, did the whale really try to match David's pitch? Or was that a coincidence? For what reason did it sing along? Out of curiosity, out of bewilderment, out of aggression, or pleasure? We will never know. We can listen to it, but we will never fathom it. The way we think we can fathom our language using fellows. We can only experience it. Instead of speculating on the animal's part and the encounter, we focus on what is happening, on the process and its outcome, not on the intention of the participants. And we do so without being driven by a quest for meaning. Deleuze and Guattari affirm leaving out intentions altogether. Instead, they describe expressiveness not as a subjective effect of impulses or emotions, but expressive matters, and I quote Deleuze here, find objectivity in the territory they draw. However, what Rothenberg takes from those encounters is yet another story. It goes back into the normal circuit of publishers and deadlines and market economy. It is re-territorialized into the machinery of genre history and customer suitability. It picks up other better-known rhythms. What we hear on his published albums is a long way from what has happened on site with animals. Sound dialogues with wild animals turn into full-fledged jazz pieces that are professionally produced. The remnants of the human, non-human expressive rhythms evolve into a more stratified version of music as David follows another line of flight into his studio, faced with the means of software and the demands and conditions of a publishing house. But who knows what the animals do with the human music they heard? Birds and whales are known for being able to integrate new parts into their songs. So maybe some whale families sing Rothenberg licks without us even knowing. Returning to the matter of sound thinking, I would like to end with a quote of François Bonnier. As such, thinking with sound, making music, is already taking sides. It is opening up to the silent but sonorous world that speeches cannot reach. It is to be on the lookout for the future of the world, that is to embrace the field of metamorphosis and worlds in the making. To think with sound is to refuse to base any reflection on the imperial logic of words and speeches. It means exploring what is hidden outside words, outside the logic of power, outside the control zones. It is about turning around ideas, like turning around a sound, which never repeats itself, always almost the same, but never itself. It does not build, but collects, accepts. It is to trace from traces, to walk in the dust. It is thus learning to deal with the unspeakable without seeking to pacify or attain it. It is living in the company of shadows and resonating with them. No definitive meaning, nothing to build from, no empire of language. Sound thinking as an illusion of the logic of representation. Those two need not be in opposition to one another. Deciphering the world and reflecting on it needs to have its place, just like joining the world in its song. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Luisa, very much. Thank you very much for this presentation. Are we all on? Yes. So let's open short discussion directly to the theme, to Luisa's talk. We have also about 15 people on YouTube channel, so I invite you everyone on YouTube channel to join us. Write a question in the chat box. Anyone on Zoom has a comment?
Yeah, I have a comment. I think there should be no discussion right now. That's a joke a bit, but as you will see, my presentation, which follows, is very, very similar and near to what Luisa did. But I have a lot of questions right now, so I won't ask them because it would spoil it.
It looks like Jim Igor has raised his hand, but I would be also perfectly fine with simply postponing all the questions. That's
No, just comment.
Go ahead, Jim Igor, go ahead, please.
It would be also fine for me, but I don't have a really. Yeah, but okay, I.
Now
yeah, thanks a lot for the talk. I found it very interesting, and also for me it's also a very, very big field, and maybe to begin with, I found it very, very interesting, the approach of David Rothenberg to compare it with what Bernie Krause does with the sound ecologies. And I want to highlight the aspect that David Rothenberg is really looking for this interspecies relation and to mix species with each other and to go for the point where they meet, while Bernie Krause has this aim to kind of preserve the territories of the animal and the territories of nature, and to push back the territory of the human and stuff like this. And I think this is a very different approach in Rothenberg to intervene between territories, let's say, via the music. And I think this is then music probably is a very, very good medium to be sensible about these relations, as we can speak to the animals and they can speak to us. So music could be a form of corporeal way to meet. I once planned a project called Rat Disco, where we want to produce music for our creepy underground neighbors, the rats, our urban neighbors, the rats. We wanted to build a short model of the Berghain Club in Berlin and have rats in it, and commission works by sound artists for the rats in the Berghain. And what we took into consideration, this is the mostly we had animal cognition scientists with us and animal studies colleagues. But what we took into consideration most was that the rats probably won't be interested at all in what we present to them to have something like mutual enjoyment. Maybe they won't be interested. So my question would be, and this is the question about sonic thinking, how can we through sound, let's say, evaluate the reactions and the sound, for example, the whales or the birds produce? What kind of sensibility would that be in improvising with animals? How could we evaluate the answers, or how could we consider what we would call whale sonic thinking or bird sonic thinking?
Interesting. Can I immediately react? I hope so. Yes, thank you for the comparison of Rothenberg and Bernie Krause. I don't know if you know this guy called Evan Eisenberg, and because Bernie Krause and David Rothenberg, they do stand for two different ways of treating the earth, and also for two different strands of ecology. Or maybe not Rothenberg, but Bernie Krause in any case, because he really tries to conserve nature and try to get humans out of it, because he very impressively shows that every influence of the human is destroying natural soundscapes. So Evan Eisenberg called those two different strands of ecology, how they look at nature, into planet fetishes and planet managers. And the planet fetishes try to, the forest is a holy place, let's not go into it. And the planet managers more like, okay, the forest is a place that we can use, let's take out the resources we need. And he proposes a third way, and I think it's funny, but he calls it earth jazz. And that is some kind of interaction And especially if you think about, okay, this is a jazz musician who tries to go into nature and make some music with animals, you have this strong sense of dialogue and trying to get along. And basically earth jazz is what Eisenberg proposes as like the third way. Rat disco, I think the idea is hilarious. But the question is, of course, how do we well, the question is, actually, there are a few questions here, because the first one would be, okay, how do we evaluate what is music and what is not? Because that is basically what's behind that. And another one would be, what gives us the right to evaluate something as music or not? And I think the answer to both of these questions would still be to experience with it, because maybe the rats have some kind of musicality that we do not know about, and that we haven't found yet because we haven't studied well enough how they work and how they live. So, for example, I don't know if you know that guy, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, but he's making cat music. So music that you can listen to as a human, but it has some components that only cats can hear. So maybe it reminded me of that, of the rat disco, right? So maybe there's a way to find some kind of musical dialogue with the rat. We don't know.
So in the end, I have to ask a few things. First one is a comment. You are talking about playing to the whales or about a red disco, but what came to my mind immediately was cattle and shepherding. Shepherds who take care of cattle, and it's a really ancient technique that is used throughout cultures to play to cattle, because cattle is really attentive to tunes of some instruments and really follows the shepherd. So it's a different example. So what do you think about this? My question is, you said in your presentation that animals sing but don't speak. And it puzzles me a bit. What's the difference in this context between speech and song in animals or in birds, for example? I guess it's there because I think it's their way of expressing some meaning. So is it speech or not? Yeah.
I start from the back. Animals sing but don't speak. That is, yeah. What I was trying to say here was that that wasn't the part where I was trying to make the point that it's not about communication. So Rothenberg's art is not about communication in terms of let's exchange content. Let's talk about meaning here. What do you think about this color of the wave? Is it the right one, or I don't know? Mm-hmm. Completely making this up. So if I were to try to put this more precisely, let's think about speech in this way as language, as a structure of references to an outside world that animals do have to a certain extent, but the way that Rothenberg tries to engage with them is exactly not going back to language, not going back to this logic of in language we represent what is in the outside world. Instead, go back to the singing, the intuitive, artistic dialogue. I don't know if I made it more.
Yeah, but how is it for the animals?
That's the thing, we don't know.
Yeah, but
something that I've been thinking about.
Naturally, they use these sounds, not artistically, but to create territory, as you said. So,
yeah, it is a little bit more difficult at this point because for some animal sounds there is not necessarily, not all the sounds they're using for territory. Sometimes it seems like there's no reason for them to sing at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's
interesting.
It's really interesting. It's also really difficult because we're talking about animals as a whole, but there are significant differences between whales and birds. And those are just two species that are very much, so they really like those musical sounds. They do that a lot. But what about all the others? And then in a species, you have families, you have different whales in the North Pacific, and they have a different song than whales in the Atlantic Ocean, in a species. So in a way, this is already terribly simplistic what we're talking about, because you have species, you have families, you have individuals who sing their own song. And in the end, it remains a black box, I have to say. So I'm sorry, I cannot really give a very good answer to your questions.
Okay, and other comment? Bernd, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Just one comment, which I thought is really fitting here, because what you described, basically the meeting between two species in a kind of pragmatic, improvisatory manner, is of course basically what sonic thinking in terms of sonic philosophy is also about. Right, so here we have the two species of philosopher and artists that somehow engage in a kind of nice improvisation, hopefully, right? And it's clear that the effect of that is, of course, like you said, is a at least temporal creation of a new territory, which then might be called sonic philosophy or sonic thinking. Yeah, and I think it nicely relates back. Unfortunately, you didn't mention that in this talk, but you did before, where Deleuze says basically that life is to improvise with the world. And I think this is basically what stands behind that, and why maybe the term improvisation in jazz is a very specific term of the wider range that improvisation could be about. And I think it's quite nice that Rothenberg, in a way, connects these two approaches to improvisation. First, basically strictly jazz vocabulary term improvisation, but then the wider range of encountering new things by trying things out. Yeah, so the basic line of Deleuze here would be: we do not yet know whatever a bird, a body, a clarinet, or whatever can do, unless we experiment and improvise with these encounters, right? So, yeah.
I saw that Hannah raised hand.
Yeah, also thank you for the talk. I found it really interesting. And I was always wondering, which is probably a very big question, like, is it actually art what he is doing and what the animals are doing? I think it's not a question which can be answered, but you spoke of his work also as artistic research, which is, I don't know, in my understanding, a little bit different from art. Also, if I can't really figure out or point to the difference like that. But if for the animals it's art, of course, we have to kind of firstly say what art is, which is difficult, and then say what art for the animal is, which is, I think, completely another question. And then, because you were mentioning the territory so often, of course, what comes into my mind when I think of territory is like defending your territory, which then with my concept of art doesn't really go together, because I see art as something which has a, I don't know, now I try to break it down, but which doesn't have which doesn't want something apart from itself. Let's probably say it like that. And if I'm defending like disinterestedness, if I'm defending my territory, of course I have an interest in it in some way. So I think, or what I was wondering the whole time is like, how can, or I think probably Rothenberg can't really control that part, that he is actually entering the territory of the whales with his sounds, and he can't like control the perception or how the whales react to it. Like maybe they really just think there's a weird noise and we have to get it out here. yeah, but I think it's a really interesting component, and it opens up, yeah, really important questions of also how to deal with that. I would call it, because you said that yesterday in referring to the trumpets of Jericho, that there's definitely a political dimension to that. And I think in this case, it's the same. There is somehow a political dimension of humans entering animal space, or humans entering all spaces. And now the question is, how does art have to deal with that, and in which way? Yeah, we just thought of sonic warfare like as another like red button word.
Yeah, that would relate to a footnote that I didn't read out, because this space that they are creating could also be a site of war, right? Because you don't know if the animal is aggressive or simply wants to get David out because he feels like David is an intruder. On the other hand, if you look a little bit more closely at how, for example, with the whales, so he doesn't simply ride up to a whale and starts to play, but basically goes out first and starts to play. And that really wasn't really shown in the video, but the whales seem to come to him, and that's, at least for me, that might be a difference. But I have to also admit that there's a range of criticism from the animal studies perspective that is exactly about this. Do you enter the territory? What do you destroy by playing with them? So there is this realm of criticism to his approach. And about your art question, true, it cannot be answered. Because it's too big a question. Even for one dissertation, it would be too much, and it's definitely too much for a beautiful conference like this, because it has so many functions and there's so many sides to it and aspects. But Jim, Igor.
Yeah, we should play the other talk, but Jim, Igor, if you have to ask, just do it, please.
I just wanted to say, like, all these.
Shut the fuck up.
That's just my English, sorry.
I just wanted to say that in this case, all the open questions, what is art, what are our imaginations about the whale and stuff like this, I think that sound might be like a good sensory medium to engage in these questions. I mean, we can't just ask the whales, like, how do you imagine society? And they won't answer like full communism, interspecies now. But they won't answer. So I think sound might be a good sensory medium to like gain sensorium sensitivity for different forms of expression, of mutual enjoyment, and whatever. And I think we could engage in these forms, as we also know from already Darwin that there is this strain of fitness in nature, but many species, many animals also select just for the sake of beauty.
Exactly.
Thank you. And now Vít Pokorny's contribution. Enjoy.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vít Pokorný, and the title of my presentation for the conference, Methodologies of Sonic Thinking, is written as biodynamic principle. I will start at the end, since I won't be able to cite my resources properly. So at least you can see what I have worked with, and what are my ideas connected to. So the most important of these books is this wonderful work of Janine Wellman, The Form of Becoming, Embryology and Epistemology of Rhythm. A really interesting one is also Eiichi Tosaki's Mondrian's Philosophy of Visual Rhythm. My initial motivation for this presentation comes from Rudolf Steiner's agriculture course, and I will work also with Henri Lefebvre's rhythm analysis, and with kind of interpretations of Deleuze, Guattari, and Michel Serres. And for the last part, but not least, it's geographies of rhythm. My presentation is divided into 5 parts, and each part starts with a citation or motto, which I won't interpret due to lack of time. But nevertheless, each entering citation is important for the meaning of the section. So first citation is from the book Geographies of Rhythm. Everywhere where there is interaction between a place, a time, and expenditure of energy, there is rhythm. Such premise identifies repetition of movement and action, the particular entanglement of linear and cyclical rhythms and phases of growth and decline. Every rhythm implies the relation of a time with space, a localized time, or, if one wishes, the temporalized space. In this first section, I would like to explain my methodological perspective. Presented ideas oscillate between anthropology and biology of rhythm, between social and natural rhythms, between the distinction between social and natural rhythms while it simultaneously goes beyond such distinction. Since, on the one hand, we need to understand specificity of cultural rhythms as divorced from natural ones, or, in other words, human territoriality, which emerges by imposing a measure, a boundary, an artificial meter that radically differs from the rhythmic organization of a natural milieu. On the other hand, I will analyze all living systems as ecosystems, or as polyrhythmic multiplicities. From this perspective, each individual organism, as well as milieu, forms an ecosystem consisting of various intertwined elements and processes. So that's the first part of my methodical or methodological perspective. The second point is the explanation of the term biodynamic. It comes from the work of Rudolf Steiner, from his agriculture course, which was first published in 1924, but it also pertains to current biodynamic gardening or agriculture. It consists of two words, basically, of bios, Greek word for life, and the meaning of bios pertains to humans, to society and culture, as well as to all forms of non-human lives. The word dynamic means that whatever is a process, an event, a situation, or to put it with Henri Lefebvre, nothing inert in the world, no things, very diverse rhythms. So among others, my thought in this presentation rely on Henri Lefebvre's rhythm analysis and on its three main concepts: polyrhythmia, eurythmia, or eurythmia, and arrhythmia. When polyrhythmia means that each and every living system is constituted by a rhythmic complementarity, by reciprocal co-determination of various rhythms. The term eurythmia designates situations when rhythms unite or cooperate in a state of health, be it health of an organism or whole environment, biological or social body. Arrhythmia is connected with discordance, desynchronization of rhythms, with a situation when polyrhythmia breaks apart, resulting in conflict, illness, or catastrophe. The second section is called Rhythm as an Organizing Pattern, and it contains clarifications concerning the concept of rhythm itself. The citation goes as follows: rhythm and schema are ways to establish order or to form an arrangement. So rhythm, especially in biological context, can be conceived as a simple periodic succession of pulses or beats. The ticking of clocks or swinging of pendulum is not a good example to understand rhythm. Much better and basic example is that of respiration, breathing. As Eiichi Tosaki explains in his book, Mondrian's Philosophy of Visual Rhythm, the origin of the word rhythm, referring to Emil Benveniste's linguistic analysis of the ancient Greek rhythmos, is not so much connected to movement as it is to form or schema. Rhythm is originally a form which connotes movement, fluidity, or change. Shape or form and rhythm are both ways to establish order, to form an arrangement. It is an organizing pattern that brings together heterogeneous entities. Like a form shapes some matter, a rhythm arranges processes. Rhythm is something that process has. that is inherent in it. Rhythm is always rhythm of something, which, by the way, means that it is always embodied. It is not just the matter of time, but also of space. Yet, such organizational pattern is not given to the flow of time from outside, but it is rather a principle of self-organization. Within time-space continuum, Aristoxenos, in his Elementa Harmonica, the father of Western musicology, wrote that time does not divide itself, but it is correct only in terms of perception. I rather claim, together with Deleuze and Guattari or Serre, that space-time divides itself. It organizes itself via rhythmic events. From the perspective of time, as Susan Langer has put in her book, Form and Feeling, rhythm is a preparation for a new event by the ending of previous one. A rhythmic pattern arises whenever the completion of one distinct event, a pulse, a beat, appears at the beginning of another, or it is a setting up of a new tension by resoluting the former. The last element important for understanding of biological rhythm is the interplay of difference and repetition. There is no rhythm without repetition, but there is no identical repetition. Rhythm is never the repetition of the same. As Janine Wellman has put it in the book The Form of Becoming, referring to Schelling, the mere periodicity of division does not yet constitute rhythm, which is far more than mere sequence. The course of movement over time, it is rather the transformation of the essentially meaningless succession into a meaningful one. Succession or sequence, purely as such, possesses the character of chance. The transformation of the accidental nature of sequence into necessity is rhythm, whereby the whole is no longer subjected to time, but rather possesses time within itself. Or the same notion can be expressed with Whitehead as follows. Again, the text relies on Janine Wellman's book. Whitehead defines the state of being alive exhibited by living objects as the relation of the object to the event, which is situation. It is important also from the processual point of view, because for Whitehead, he doesn't speak about environment or milieu, but he speaks about situation, because every place, every locality is in time. It happens. It is a complex of processes. So that relation of the object to the event, which is its situation, is the rhythmic one. Life, as known to us, involves the completion of rhythmic parts within the life-bearing event which exhibits that object. Rhythm as a way of identifying living objects, Whitehead continues, is an exclusive condition. Wherever there is some rhythm, there is some life. The rhythm is then life. In other words, life is coterminous with rhythm. Rhythm can be defined more precisely. It has a particular structure. A rhythm involves a pattern, and to that extent is always self-identical. But no rhythm can be a mere pattern, for the rhythmic quality depends equally upon the differences involved in each exhibition of the pattern. The order of rhythm is therefore a structure of deviating repetitions. Whitehead arrives at the following concise characterization of rhythm. The essence of rhythm is the fusion of sameness and novelty. The third part considers the problem of organic rhythmicity. Sorry for the misspelling. In order to trace the emergence of developmental thinking, it is not enough to consider embryological development alone, for embryogenesis is only one organizing process among many. Generation, regeneration, formation, transformation, transmutation, metamorphosis, motion, nutrition, metabolism, that came together in the thinking of the period around 1800. This entering citations is again from Janine Wellman's book, which deals with the concept of rhythmical episteme. It's a type of thinking in biology and philosophy in Europe, which was formed in 18th and 19th centuries. Starting with the idea, with Whitehead's idea that rhythm is somehow coterminous with life. Several levels of rhythmic organization need to be described. Firstly, comes to the fore the level of individual organism, which itself contains at least 3, but possibly more, different layers of rhythmic activity: physiological processes of metabolism and respiration, embryological processes of development, and botanical processes of metamorphosis. From such perspective, an organism as a complex polyrhythmic unity, which includes innumerable chemical cycles and repeating processes, which can be further disassembled into lower levels of cellular and molecular rhythms. The founder of modern embryology, Caspar Friedrich Wolff, formulated the notion of the gradual emergence of forms out of initially homogeneous organic matter, and his account of embryonic development is based on clearly rhythmic principles, which Janine Wellman sums up as follows. It is interplay between 3 dynamics: repetition, pulsation, and spiral motion. Repetition concerns processes of nutrition and growth, of production and organization of organic matter, which takes place during individuals' entire lifetime. Pulsation concerns the relation between 2 oscillation states, fluid and static, or between flow and solidification of nutritive fluids, which explain formation of every structure in the organism. The spiral motion concerns the development of these organic structures, which emerge gradually in the process of repetition and variation. An organism does not form individual organs, but first the whole undifferentiated system of organs, which then differentiates, and this process is repeated again and again at different times and different locations within the embryo. This quite short description gives us at least a glimpse at the polyrhythmic complexity of individual organism. The arrhythmia, the state of health that takes shape of a dynamic equilibrium or homeostasis, which is the ability to maintain a relatively stable internal state that persists despite the changes in the outer world. Arrhythmia, in case of an organism, means illness, disease, degeneration, or unwanted transgression of rhythmic patterns that keep the organism alive. The fourth section deals with concepts of milieu and territory, taken from Thousand Plateaus by Deleuze and Guattari, and starts with this citation from Chaos. Milieus and rhythms are born. Every milieu is vibratory. Sorry word for the misspelling. A block of space-time constituted by the periodic repetition of the component. Every milieu is coded, a code being defined by the periodic repetition. Individual organism is never alone. It always coexists within various milieux with other organisms. It co-evolves within numerous types of earthly ecosystems, which are, of course, processual in nature. Milieu consists of series of events and situations. Milieus are spacetimes that are always already passing into something else, yet remaining relatively and temporarily stable. Milieu is not an inert stretch of ground, but a complex pattern, complex of patterns and rhythms, of tunes and melodies. Milieus are polyrhythmic ensembles which interact and resonate with each other. Take, for example, a milieu such as a garden. A garden certainly doesn't involve just individual organisms, but also other components and processes. There are not only plants, trees, birds, mushrooms, or insects. There is own autonomous cycles, repetitions, and variations. From the Deleuze-Guattarian perspective, a garden is already a territory. It is territorialized by human activities of building fences, channeling water, or creating flower beds. There are strictly territorial gardens, such as the imperial gardens of Versailles, or crippled gardens consisting of isolated plants in concrete beds and artificial lawns regularly decimated by machinery. Yet, the idea of Steinerian biodynamic garden, which was the motivation for current presentation, is based not on dominating approach to the milieu, but rather on attentive listening to the nature rhythms of a milieu. Biodynamic garden is ideally an arrhythmia of all its components, where human activity involves attention and conformation to the autonomous processes of milia and their respective rhythms. Growth and decay related to the transformation of forms, from the encounter of soil and seed to a grown plant and fruits, and then back through drooping and withering to the compost, which becomes the new soil. The essential aspect of biodynamic gardening highlights the importance of cosmic and cosmic or earthly rhythms, such as the rhythms of day and night, seasonal rhythms, moon phases, changes in weather conditions, or the seismic flows of the magnetic field. All these processes and rhythms are related to the cyclically changing position of the Earth within the solar system. And they directly influence metabolism of individual organisms. In this respect, Henri Lefebvre understands a healthy garden as symphonical. In his rhythm analysis, he wrote, "You thus perceive that each plant, each tree has its rhythm, made up of several. The trees, the flowers, the seeds and fruits, each have their time. The flowers were born in the spring before the leaves, which will survive the fruits and fall in the autumn. Continue, and you will see this garden and the object polyrhythmically, or if you prefer, symphonically. In place of a collection of fixed things, you will follow each being, each body, as having its own time above the whole." Garden, as an example of milieu, can surely suffer from various cases of arrhythmia, but these are mostly localized, like a disease of fruit trees or an invasion of rodents. Yet, the fundamental conflict is always the conflict between human territorial activities and natural rhythmicity of the milieu, between too much order and no order, or between total human technological control over the territory and complete lack of care, which results in relative sterility of the garden. The last part of my talk concerns possible directions of further biodynamic rhythm analysis. And I see three directions in this respect, basically. First is the exploration of the before mentioned dichotomies between human territorialization and non-human polyrhythmia, leading to ethical and political consideration of total human dominance over landscape and all earthly ecosystems. Or it can get more complex in terms of rhythmical geography, as expressed in the book Geography of Rhythms as follows. Recent ideas about the role of non-humans, ranging from objects, energies, flora and fauna, within an expanded understanding of the social, requires us to account for the complex array of non-human rhythms. Meaning we don't necessarily need to put human and non-human rhythms against each other, but rather find more complex view when investigating the patterning of a range of multiscalar temporalities: calendrical, diurnal, and lunar, life cycle, somatic, mechanical, or electronical. A third direction can, on the other hand, focus on the conditions before the situated or embodied time, or the entropic or chaotic aspect of biodynamic complexity, which we can call, with Deleuze and Guattari, chaos, or with Michel Serres, noise. Whereas noise is the pure chaos, the pure, undifferentiated, totally symmetrical fury, the pure multiplicity from which everything emerges, like Aphrodite out of the sea. All patterns and a notion of order, classes, genera, concepts, unities, entities emerges out of noise. And this noise is the pure multiplicity, is time. So that is all, folks, and I hope it made some sense and that we can discuss it a little bit further. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, Reed.
Welcome.
So Reed included perspective of plants, gardens, vegetation, even vegetables to Luisa's talk. And so now I'm taking questions and comments for Reed. Bernd, please.
Yeah, great. Thanks a lot, Vid, for that talk. Just one short comment. I'm still completely freaking out over this because I like that so much. I think what you really beautifully showed here was that however you would call it, sonic thinking, sound thinking, whatever, does not have to be restricted to the phenomena of what we call sound or music. That it's basically a kind of approach of thinking and not so much defined by the object it thinks about. Right, which I really like, because basically the whole idea, I mean, if we could make a bridge to sound and music, then basically the idea that rhythm is live is almost like similar to John Cage's observation that sound is live, because since everything sound is related to movement, it has to be connected to life. Right, and the whole idea that you had with Rudolf Steiner's biodynamic garden and the cycles of the moon and the seasons, whatever, is, I think, beautifully taken up by John Luther Adams' production, The Place Where You Go to Listen, where basically all these cosmic cycles are turned into sound and light signals, and then are being basically retranslated into a kind of installation, right, which goes parallel to what is actually happening in the outside world. Right, so basically it's always a matter of translation if this relates to sound per se or to a certain kind of thinking. And yeah, I'm grateful for that. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Ben, for your appreciation. And when we started with Martin, or our project of exploration of sound milieu or sound environments, so it was my first idea was, and how about rhythm? Yeah, it is not sound, and it transcends sound. It transcends music, but it is a musical element. So it's a very interesting field of research for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Luca had a question.
Yes, thank you for this talk. I found it really inspiring. I had a question about the way in which you kind of, in my view, separate individual organisms from their milieu. And also I was thinking of Sarah's parasite and how the means become the milieu and the milieu is the means. And I was wondering how you think about rhythm in terms of the relational between the milieu and the individual organism as a polyrhythmic unity. So how you view the interactive entanglement of phenomena as through rhythm, how you see that.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I guess, or I think that these three concepts from Lefebvre are useful here because, and like polyrhythmia, arrhythmia, or arrhythmia, because it is related to the relations between different rhythms, or the concept of resonance. Resonance is important here, which I don't really know what it means, in fact, or I have not yet the clear concept of resonance, which is really interesting. How does it work empirically, as I would say, and what kind of concept to make of it? So yeah. So the resonance is maybe the key in this direction. Yeah.
Okay. Another question, comment. I have a question for both of you, also for Luisa. You spoke about milieus, about the fact that every milieu is coded, and would you use terms like localization? You know, I'm obsessed with this topological phenomenology. Would you use this term? Is creating or defending a territory with the music or sounds, is it a way of localization, or is it different? So if you could just help me.
Yeah. For me, first thing is territory and territoriality is not only about defense. First, you need to define the territory, then you can defend it. But yeah, and I don't know. I agree with your suggestion. It is the way how something localizes itself inside space, in space. Yeah, why not? But, and that is a question I wanted to ask Luisa as well. What is not really clear, or maybe even Bernd, what is not really clear to me, the difference between milieu and territory. Is it really a clear-cut difference? Because for me, sometimes it's indiscernible in a way where ends milieu, which is not territorialized. How can you define not unterritorialized milieu? Yes, so that's.
Yeah, if I may comment directly, I have the same problem or difficulty, because sometimes it seems to be like exchangeable in terms. Sometimes I have the impression that this is the difference is in scale, basically, that the territory is a more clear defined within a given milieu, but sometimes I think it's really like almost like exchangeable, that it comes to almost a kind of same or similar meaning. So I have no clear answer to that, because that's something that I've been struggling with myself.
Yeah, because when if we accept that that milieu is somehow composed of rhythms, so what kind of rhythm, and is the rhythmic activity already a kind of territorialization or not, or where does territoriality start? Yeah.
I think there's also a connection to the, I mean, on a different level, but it might become not synonymous, but closely paralleled with the idea of habit, right? So that a kind of rhythm that once it establishes a certain pattern becomes almost like a kind of habit. And I think it's quite nice, because habit always for me rings with habitat, which is almost
closely connected to questions of milieu and environment and territory, right? So I think there's that, because it happens quite often with Deleuze that a particular figure of thought is given different conceptual names in order to make it work in different areas.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think for me there's definitely a connection there. And while we're at it, there was one thing where you said that basically the periodicity of the rhythm signals a kind of healthy body in homeostasis. I think this is also something where one might go beyond a bit, because I think not only with Deleuze, but also if you talk to people like cardiac doctors or whatever, it's exactly not the stability of the rhythm that makes a body healthy, but those little those little peaks that go in different directions, which make it a bit more chaos, is much more the sign of a healthy state than pure metric or periodic rhythmicity, right? Yeah. So I think homeostasis is also a concept which I think has to be reconsidered a bit, right? But yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. How that this machine-like or really stable repetition is somehow not friendly to life, or not healthy. It's and that something something that can be measured must enter.
Yeah. It's basically this idea that you have to keep that systems have to keep open to the chaos and not in a way completely isolated themselves from it.
Yeah. Luisa, it's your turn.
I would like to start from the back again, because we were talking about the static rhythms. Don't know if that is actually a paradox in itself, but I was thinking about production of pop music, for example, because if you record things, you record the individual instruments and put them together at the end. When you record drums, for example, it is common, or it is standard, that you do not just record the drummer and then put it into your Audacity or Ableton Live project, but you quantify it, which means that you calculate that's the dog. She's singing. You put the snare drum or the bass drum exactly at the point where you would like to have it. So it becomes a little bit unhuman by that, because when even the best drummers, they have some kind of variety in their rhythms. Even if they are really on time, it is still not as exact as a computer would calculate it. And for that reason, most of the producers simply put it to the right position where the computer would calculate it too. And that is exactly the difference between the rhythm and the periodic repetition, I said. I'd say, right? Because one is really human, and it feels human, and when you listen to a live concert, you will never hear the difference between you wouldn't hear that the drummer is the tiniest bit off, because it simply seems to be organic and natural the way they play the music. But when you go into the studio and you put it on a grid, then it's different.
Yeah.
And please.
Yeah, just a short comment, because of course the nice thing is that in studio production you have that thing called humanizer or human factor, which is then belatedly added in order to add those tiny unhearable fractions, which is, I mean, absurd in itself, but this is exactly the thing.
Yeah, okay. Jimmy, go, please.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you also for the presentation. It was fantastic, I think. And I wanted also to ask you three maybe a similar question to what you asked Martin, with Martin and Luisa. I feel it as an aim for this conference also to, let's say, gain sensitivity for what changes thinking when we think sonically, or what thinking through sound, how it changes our categories or whatever. And yeah, like the concept, Martin, you presented on space as a kind of visual form of thinking space. How would you relate that form or that other form of sonically thinking space relate to what Vit and Luisa presented with their concepts of territory and sonic space building, like through rhythms, through interspecies improvisation, and like this? Maybe this could be a different form of determining space or thinking space non-visually. Like I'm asking all three of you.
Yeah, thank you. I mentioned it in the discussion yesterday, that the notion of resonance and rhythm now complemented with the notion of milieu, which is coded by resonance and rhythm. I think it's a great expression of my idea of sonically guided vocalization. So I feel very close to what Vit and Luisa said. Actually, it's very inspiring. So I would play with the notion of resonance, and I think I can put it in some Husserlian framework for some paper. It could be some adventure, maybe philosophical.
Yeah, it would be another way how to naturalize phenomenology. No?
Of phenomenologize nature.
Yeah, I like this connection. And now maybe I see that phenomenology is not obsolete, as I said yesterday, or asked, not said.
So
Martin, you won.
So we have time to make a short break. I thank to both speakers and to all of you. 10-minute break, or maybe less, 8-9 minutes. Let's get together at 11:45. Thank you. Make a coffee or something. Hello, everyone. Welcome after the break, short break. We have a new section called Urban Soundscapes. I would like to introduce Miloš Wojciechowski, who is one of the most important Czech sound artists and sound theorists. With this talk, prick your ears. Miloš Wojciechowski, enjoy the audio. It's without video, it's pre-recorded.
Let's start with the simple statement that hearing and navigating in sonic environment is for humans, as for other animals, as important as are the other senses. Even in the very beginning of our own existence is sound the essential agency and medium. Before we are born physically, we are born acoustically, still inside uterus. We learn about the other not because we can see it, but because we hear it. Sound perception has most likely great impact on dawn of our own consciousness. We know about our own body because we can listen to the rhythm of the heartbeat of our own heart and the heartbeat of our mother. Before we start to listen outward, we listen inward, as Hillel Schwartz, who wrote the famous book about noise, would say. For several months we feel the outside exclusively sonically, encountering in space emotionally and cognitively, which is probably not separated yet, by sensing the vibrations of sound waves entering our ears and brain, both from outside and from inside the belly of mother. What kind of sounds are we hearing before we can see? Those sounds are close or distant, clear or muffled, rhythmic and regular, sudden and irregular, pleasant or alarming, penetrating, poisoning, calming, joyful and harsh, deep or high frequency, loud or quiet. I imagine that these uterus sounds could be synesthetical, thus red or greenish, bitter, sweet or acid. Hearing is our primary experience, and the sonic image of the universe can be considered psychological and epistemologically as imprinting. Using ultrasound, we are able to pinpoint the position of the fetus, to watch it and hear it. But from the 6 months on, the system of hearing of fetus itself is well developed, and it can hear us. It starts to sound map its own position vis-a-vis the musical membrane of a maternal body. Parallel the unborn is learning to recognize tonalities and inflections proper to its native language community. Later it continues sonically as well. Until 15 months we are monitoring our environment and the safe situation in it more by hearing than by means of other senses like sight, smell or touch, to which much of the world is out of range. One could argue that it is actually very normal ability and activities to sound map passively by hearing and listening, and actively by emitting sounds into the environment. Though there is no passive element in the art of perception, even concerning the inward listening. What means to map in the sense of oral space, let's say, beyond the realms of visuality? Is the sonic thinking and perceiving separated from other senses? Or is act of listening rather integrating, holistic and deep in its nature? Or is it somehow similar to echolocation, the art we share with brains and anatomy of bats, whales, fishes or insects? And how is sound mapping related to the social coherence and understanding of natural environment? Too many questions. I would like to concentrate briefly on several aspects related to the current circumstances and recent history of acoustic explorations, mainly the fieldwork method and media distribution appropriated by artists since the late 60s from the natural science or anthropology. Idea of training of conscious sensorical ability developed by traditions of different religions and by research in different fields became integrated in the idea of soundscape and acoustic ecology movement about 50 years ago. Lately it became a rather frequent tool in sound art and music, as well in the field of oral architecture, sonic journalism, forensic research and or in interdisciplinary projects where artists and other specialists are collaborating. What it actually means, a soundscape. We would probably agree what a landscape is, but what is a soundscape? Where are its boundaries? What history, shape, tonality, temperature, ecology, morphology? Is it defined and where we can find it? Is it possible to distinguish soundscape from ecoacoustics or from background noise? Or is it even necessary to define it, to apply a discursive analytical approach to something which is rather intuitive than rational? Historically speaking, and following influential cybernetic visions of Marshall McLuhan in the Gutenberg Galaxy, published in 1962, the shift from orality to literality and print culture went hand in hand with a shift in the hierarchy of the senses from the primacy of hearing to the primacy of seeing. McLuhan claimed that what brought us back to oral world was in the 20th century electricity. And it was positive, and it liberated us from the darkness. Quote, "Unless writing was invented, we lived in acoustic space, where the Eskimo lives now. Boundless, directionless, horizonless, the dark of the mind, the world of emotion, primordial intuition, terror. Speech is a social chart of this dark book. Speech structures the abyss of mental and acoustic space, shrouding the voice. It is a cosmic, invisible architecture of the human dark. Speak that I may see you," taken from Socrates. Writing turned the spotlight on the high, dim sierras of speech. Writing was the visualization of acoustic space. It lit up the dark. Quotation is from McLuhan and Edmund Carpenter, Eskimo Realities, published in 1973. Clearly dominant element of seeing and the visual in modernistic Western social formations and educational system was challenged in Vancouver in the late 60s by a group of composers around Raymond Maurice Schaeffer, Barry Trua, and later joined by Hildegard Westerkamp, with the European link to the work of Luc Ferrari. The Canadians launched and proposed a new concept, a soundscape, something which linked the external, physical, geological and social reality with hearing as one of the cognitive channels which enable man to understand relationships. The World Soundscape projects also included the aim to study, record and map past and to define soundscapes to preserve sound marks and sound environments which were in danger of disappearing. Schaeffer, Truax and Westerkamp proposed to increase awareness of sonic environment, especially by shift in schooling and with an active political agency of tuning of the world. This slogan included to push for a higher quality of sonic environment and challenging the increasing entropy of lo-fi soundscapes, which are caused by industrialization and mechanization. The tools of change were sound design and soundscape composition, which should establish hi-fi soundscapes. This all should contribute to a higher level of public awareness and changes of the global environment including sonic pollution. I will briefly touch several current examples where artists and recorders use similar concepts to transmit and elaborate the attention for oral and spatial perception, including its aesthetical, ethical, cognitive, and ecological aspects. This is usually achieved through different approaches and techniques as attentive listening, field recording, sound walks, or sonic interventions, as a placement of movement and movement of sonic sources within the binaural field. To avoid theoretical or even philosophical issues concerning the concept of sonic thinking, I would like to transmit my contribution to the conference as a radio collage. I composed it from my archive and others' archive of field recordings, including samples of biophony, geophony, and anthropophony. A personal note: my encounter with the idea of sound hunting reaches back to the late 70s when I was member of a contaminated folk rock group called Mozart K. We have been using samples of recorded sounds, bits of reality, not really field recordings, to implement them during the performances into the songs as a musical and contextual elements. Mostly sounds recorded in various urban locations, fragments of paroles of anonymous people in streets, in pubs, or in mental hospitals. Recorded on simple tape recorder and replayed on the same machine. This was a practice quite common in experimental pop music in this time. Much later, in 2009, in collaboration with British phonographer Peter Cusack, we initiated a new project under the brand of Your Favorite Sounds. Peter Cusack started his own project under this name in London some years earlier, and started researching and mapping the soundscape of Prague. It was designed as an open web-based community project for many users who regularly or occasionally record, upload and comment samples of sounds which attracted their attention or they consider as positive or specific in aesthetical sense. Today, after almost 12 years, is the web still operating as soniccity.cz. It is not necessarily focusing on positive reflections, and the server contains about 1,200 individual contributions capturing various aspects of Prague from point of view of civic observers and mapping the transitions of local soundscapes. The Sonic City CZ is an example of a sound cartography project related to a certain geographic location, usually a city. Its genealogy originated, let's say, with the word soundscape activities of Murray Schafer in Vancouver. Schafer and Truax's ideas were, as mentioned earlier, influenced by McLuhan and Buckminster Fuller, for example, McLuhan's concept of the global village. So the scale of inquiry of the phenomenon of soundscapes supposed to be planetary. With the access of internet and Tim O'Reilly's Web 002, such dream became truth. The platform Radio Apory was conceived and developed by Udo Noll from Cologne. It is an online since about 2000 and the most successful part of the project's Radio Apory Maps was active since 2006. It is a global sound map dedicated to field recordings, phonography and art of listening. It as well connects sound recordings to its place of origins and creating a global sonic cartography, publicly accessible as a collaborative world project. It contains recordings from numerous urban, rural and nature environments, disclosing their complex shape and sonic conditions, as well as different perceptions, practices and artistic perspectives of its many contributors under Creative Commons license. It can be used as a valuable resource for art, education and research projects and for your personal pleasure. In addition to aspects of collecting, archiving and sound mapping, the Radio Apory platform also invokes experiments at the boundaries of different media and public space. Radio means both a technology of transition and a narrative and constitutes a field whose qualities are connectivity, continuity and exchange. The concepts of transmitter, receiver and performer listener may become transparent and reversible. There are areas which are not yet covered by Apory phonographers as Arctic and Antarctic and huge part of Africa, but there are online some resources where to search for them. The architecture and interface of the Apory platform is stimulating both the habit of listening and capturing and training in the awareness towards sound of the environment. Another kind of technical tool and platform available for sound mapping in the scale of planet is Local Sonus Stream, an open network called Open Microphones. In fact, it is usually a human being that operates the microphone and accessories that stream long-duration audio environment live from different locations spread around the globe to the server. The initiators of the projects based in École Supérieure d'Art in Aix-en-Provence provide the technology, know-how and support. The microphones are maintained by a rather small network of sound artists and musicians or simply people who are interested in such activities. And rather cheap technological systems are configured to connect directly to the streaming server. The streams can be accessed through different interfaces that are permanently available online, the most popular one being Local Sonus Sound Map. The sound map visualizes the live microphones that are open worldwide. The user can navigate to the desired sound source and listen to the live sound via the browser. Features include written description and pictures of the site where the sound is captured, the possibility to track mobile microphones in real time via GPS, and an automatic mode which randomly switches between microphones at a given interval. To return to the psychology of soundscapes perceived from the comfort of the floating position inside the uterus, I would like to quote from the poetry Noise and Emergency by Hillel Schwartz, which I mentioned in the beginning. With Sigmund or without, there is a sense of sonic replay in emergency. Our worst fears echoing in sounds he would thought he would never hear again. A split second, and in that emergent time noise comes into its own. A telltale deep time coda. End of quoting. Sigmund Freud described the model of listening that the analyst should favor to be a kind of floating attention, freischwebende Aufmerksamkeit. Theodor Reich, a pupil of Freud, developed this further into the idea of listening with the third ear, a metaphor which he borrowed from Nietzsche. The purpose of such listening is to focus not on what is said, and certainly to avoid understanding or thinking about what is heard, but instead to aim to be a kind of open receptacle for the small signs of seeming irrelevances in the client narrative. This way of listening beyond the words can discover another story behind the main narrative, the hidden story, arising from the unconsciousness. Listening with the third ear means to focus less on what is being said than on the movement of modulation of the voice as it speaks. It is not the words spoken by the voice that are of importance, but what it tells us of the speaker. Its tone, its soundscape can be more important than what he tells. Mapping the sonic environment using mechanical recording of it, or just a plain, contemplative, artistic relationship to soundscape includes ability to listen with the third ear. It is in a way similar to the psychotherapeutic analytical method, but there is no therapist nor patient included. If I'm ready for the act of listening, the word will speak to me as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we are very happy to welcome among us Miloš Vojtěchovský, the Nestor of Czech sonic research. And as you could hear, it was a really interesting contribution to our conference in terms of sonic thinking without visuals, and in terms of combining all together very different types of approach to sonic thinking and research. And you are free to ask your questions. So I think Bernd wanted to say something, yeah?
Yeah, thanks a lot for a great talk. I just don't agree that there were no visuals. I really thought that one visual was really intriguing because it kept me like spiraling and looping in and out of my mind, and that basically was enhanced by the soundscape that Milos basically created by not having what was said in the foreground, but merging basically with the sounds around, so that it became a kind of Gesamtkunstwerk, or however you could call it. So thanks so much for that. So sound thinking in action.
Thank you. I'm just apologizing for my wrong pronunciation. So I hope it was possible to understand.
Jimmy Gore, please.
Yeah, also thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. And I just wanted to say that within the presentation, there was already something happening to me, at least what you called the third ear, like the listening to what is beyond the words, like really happened in that what also you, Bernd, described at the merging of these different layers of sound and meaningfulness of the words and sounds, but also meaninglessness. Yeah, as something that like maybe the third ear constituted, and that brings maybe into consideration a new aspect of what we discuss about sonic thinking. So far, we mostly considered sound as, or philosophy and thought and thinking as something that inhabits the sound in a friendly way, or inhabits music and sounds in a friendly way. But here maybe sound took over in a way in this presentation. And this is a new relation of sound and thinking, sound coming beyond the words and taking over the meaning of the words.
Yeah, I was just trying to, in a way, to try to say something with my text, but supported with the soundscapes which are used more or less by chance or some kind of arbitrary, because most of them are just recent recordings from, let's say, last 1 month, which I combined with some other recordings, but it was not really composed in a very careful or in a conscious way. You know, it was I was trying to maybe sometimes just to go beside this heartbeat. You know, it was more or less accident with which kind of sounds were used. But I hope it somehow transported the idea that sonic thinking is not necessarily reduced to using of the language of the words, but it also includes a lot of other signals which are part of not only our voice, but all the voice of our environment. And you know, I don't want to take some kind of bold statements, but I think that our kind of educational system is very often limiting this sensitivity and kind of intelligence, actually, to perceive, to understand, and to react. Not react only, just to understand what is going on around us sonically. We are very often very much focused on visual impact or visual signals which are coming to us, which is partly it's a natural kind of anthropological or whatever conditions, but I think that acoustics is as much as important for us to behave somehow more
carefully than we are doing now.
Yeah. I would have a question, or question to your question. In your speech, you asked if it is necessary to define soundscape, and in terms of sonic research and sonic thinking. So, what is the idea of soundscape? Why do we need to know about it, or somehow define it, or do we need it, yeah.
Maybe you do. I personally, I don't.
Okay.
Just recently, we published on the website of Augusto Foundation translation of the little booklet of Murray Schafer, New Soundscapes, which he published in 1969. So I was together with the translator. Somehow I had to go a little bit to the history or theory of it. So I'm a little bit knowledgeable about different context of the soundscape, even including the criticism towards this idea of Murray Schafer. But I think it's not necessary to know the theory to be sensitive towards, or not only sensitive, but to understand the sonic perception. Or I think you don't need to read Deleuze and Guattari to understand it in a way. Somehow, the one kind of memory which started to resonate when I was putting this together is some sentence from Patočka, if we are in the philosophical community, where he, I think in one of his texts, he's mentioning this is the přirozený svět, the natural sounds. I don't know what the English translation is not thing which is outside in the reality, but it's our own kind of ability to perceive it. Without this ability, the world will be death, without life. I think coming back to this previous discussion about resonance and rhythm, and I think this are in a way, they are our own human concepts which we are projecting in the reality. It's not necessarily similar to what in the physical reality exists as a rhythm, because we understand only, or we are able to sensually or even conceptually to recognize only very small fragment of the rhythmic reality which is around us. So, which means that we are calling it rhythm, but who knows? What does it mean? All these interferences and resonances.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wojtek Wirawski has a question.
Unmute yourself.
I'm very sorry. Thank you for your presentation. It was wonderful. I'm very glad for your remark about the electricity, which was kind of freeing us from the darkness. And from your talk and the previous talks, it looks like to me like we could make some connection between the visual and lightness, and maybe even the order, and sonic, and darkness, chaos maybe, and the night. So, and I think this is not only the thing of the visual, but maybe of the words as well. They are somewhat connected to clearness or exactness, I think, more than the oral or the sonic experience. And maybe this could be the problem of today's world, that it's too much. It's so directed to the visual experience, but it forgets the oral and sonic experience. It forgets, or we forget the dark side of our being, maybe, or not the clearness, not the order, the connection to the chaos, as was mentioned before in the previous talks. And that's something to discussion maybe, but I have some exact or question, not that wide to you. You said you worked with the group Mozart K, and I'm a huge fan of Oldřich Janota, and so I have questions for you. How is it how is this work of you in the connection with the words? How does it change your work where there are words presented? And this actually what was in your presentation present? Yeah, the connection with your sonic work and the words.
I'm not sure if I understood. Sorry.
So the last.
Check to česky.
Jak se proměňuje vaše práce, když pracujete zároveň se slovy? Když jsou tam slova, třeba poezie v té vaší tvorbě.
Mm-hmm.
Jestli nějak proměňuje nebo ne.
Mm-hmm. No. I would like to defend myself from this introduction of Martin. No, I don't consider myself kind of Nestor of sound art or sound theory. It is just one of things which I'm interested in. Not feeling to be an kind of authority in it. But this mentioned from like late 70s, I just wanted to say that this was actually my first experience with walking around in a city with a cassette tape recorder and trying to capture some sounds. In this period, I'm aware that there were people around the Czech radio, around Karel Bouček, who called themselves hunters of sounds, but their interest was more kind of natural science, biology or ornithology. But in this context of the group Mozart K, which was very much related, actually the text and the music was related to some, it was site-specific in a way, not only human-specific, but site-specific. So there was the idea to use a piece of concrete sonic environment to implement it in the musical structure. I think that with the end of Mozart K in 81, or when it disappeared partly, but later it was used in different way with Oldřich Janota working with Pavel Richter and Luboš Fiedler. I think it is a little bit out of the context of our discussion.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Jan Kromholz.
Hello, Miloš. I just wanna ask, thank you for the translation of the book. I think it's nice, got it in Czech language for the teachers and everyone who don't speak English and got translated this book. So thank you. And about the education, we was talking somehow last year about the sonic literacy. We got in the art educational system, it's normal, we got the graphic literacy or visual literacy. And what should be in the sonic literacy? How deep it should be? That's my question about it, about this topic.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not really also in the position to define how the curriculum should be changed to support children or young generation sensitivity to sound, but you are more in this area. But I'm aware that the basic school is more or less like leaving out the music classes as an obligatory part of the classes. So it's purely in an individual interest of parents if the children are learning to not only play piano but also to sing and I think with singing and using your own words, voice, it's the basic kind of literacy. So I think it's also a little bit too far from the context of this talk. It would be necessary, to tribute some special seminary about development or changes in the pedagogical system to introduce more awareness, which Maurice Schaeffer was fighting for 50 years ago.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to move on. We have a greeting at the YouTube channel from Petra Johnston. She appreciated the talk and had a question very similar to Wojciech's question, so we won't ask it. And let's go on with Jiří Zelenka, who is a doctoral member of our team. The talk is pre-recorded, so please.
Hi, my name is Jiří Zelenka. In my paper, I examine the soundscape of today's market spaces and possible implication for phenomenological approach to sonic thinking. Landscape of the world is changing. There is this still movement going on through the history. Past few hundred of years, the speed of change has accelerated. Since the industrial age, this acceleration has changed the way how we live. This change is profound. When we consider the life world of someone living in the 16th century with our own, there are only few things which are still the same. This is not only the question of visual shape of landscape. We can trace similar phenomena in the case of our soundscapes as well. This is the inspiration behind my paper. I want to examine the soundscape of today's marketplaces. These spaces are an integral part of our everyday cityscape. And because the majority of people live in the cities, supermarket or hypermarket are a familiar part of their lives. In my presentation, I will follow these 3 steps. In the first part of my paper, I will examine the soundscape of supermarket and hypermarket and its peculiar features. This step will lead us to the problem of listening. The problematization of listening should open some critical questions regarding sonical thinking and philosophy. And finally, in the last part of this paper, I will sketch some attempt how to approach these questions on the basis of thinking of Edmund Husserl, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and Salome Wegelin. First things first, what do we mean when we speak about today's supermarkets? The concept of supermarket is relatively new. First true supermarket in the United States was opened on August 1930 inside a former garage in Jamaica, Queens, in New York City. With the US economy on the verge of depression, this could look as a bold move. But in only 6 years, there were another 1,200 supermarkets spread throughout the country. Although another almost 100 years passed from the moment when Michael Cullen opened his first supermarket in Queens, the basic ideas beyond this kind of space are still present around us. The basic difference between traditional grocery store and supermarket is the size of the site. Supermarket is monstrous. Because of its size, supermarkets are usually located away from downtown high-rent districts. This need for space amplifies the parking lot around the building. From the very beginning of its existence, the main features of supermarkets are self-service, direct buying, high volumes, and discount pricing. The rise of these spaces had significant impact not only on the way how we shop and consume goods, but on the shape of our cities as well. And because of the ideas of neoliberal economy, we couldn't be satisfied with supermarket. We needed something bigger, better, and stronger. Bigger space when to spend our time and money and boost our economy. So it didn't end with supermarket. The next stage of evolution is hypermarket. The idea of supermarket on steroids. Bigger, stronger, better. According to Baudrillard, citation, the hypermarket cannot be separated from the highways that surround and feed it, from the parking lots blanketed in automobiles, from the computer terminal, further still in concentric circles, from the whole town as a total functional screen of activities. End of citation. Hypermarket changed our cityscape. The traditional market was usually situated in the geographical heart of the city. It was the space when the city was meeting the country, because the goods which were sold there originated in the country. With the rise of the supermarkets and especially hypermarkets, this landscape was shattered. Citation. The hypermarket is the expression of a whole lifestyle in which not only the country but the town as well have disappeared to make room for the metro area. A completely delimited functional urban zoning of which the hypermarket is the equivalent, the micromodel on the level of consumption. End of citation. With the transformation of the city landscape goes another transformation hand in hand. The transformation of the soundscape. The term soundscape means any sonic environment. It may refer to actual environments or to abstract constructions as musical compositions and montages, etc. It may refer to real as well as virtual spaces. Since the Industrial Revolution, we are witnessing the crucial transformation of our everyday soundscape. The natural sounds which dominated our landscape before are being pushed out of the reach by the sound of the machines. The soundscape of the industrialized cities was filled with noise of progress. From the first steam engines to the railways, these developments transformed soundscape forever. This profound change of soundscape is the case of marketplaces as well. Traditional pre-modern era market, this one where the town was meeting country, had its peculiar soundscape dominated by the natural sounds. The voices of people going to and fro, chatting with each other, sound of animals, etc. This soundscape was shaped by the rhythm of the day and nature as well. During this night or storm, the soundscape of the market place was different. When we think about the soundscape of today's hypermarkets, the contrast is obvious. As we approach the site of hypermarket, there is the noise of traffic, car honking as we try to get the best spot on the parking lot, the sound of thousands of engines here and there. While entering building, this changes a bit. Noise of car traffic is diminishing in the background of our field of perception. Instead of car traffic, we face the sound of human movement mixed with the noise of shopping carts. Our acoustic arenas collide with each other. We hear pieces of private conversations. The soundscape is cacophony full of sound of machines, beeping of mobile phones and counters, the impersonal voice of speaker telling us about the best discounts. Somewhere in this artificial sea of sounds is music as well. The soundscape of hypermarket can easily feel overwhelming. Unlike the soundscape of traditional market, this space is about the nature, in the sense that it doesn't follow the rhythm of the day. The pale electrical field can go forever, as well as the sound of counters. What is nature against the Tesco 24? There are two crucial parts of the soundscape of hypermarket. I will call one of them as variable and the other one as constant. The variable part is basically the one dependent on human presence. The crowd of bodies which enter the store every morning and fill it with sound and movement. On the other hand, the constant part is different, because it is basically the part of the very design of these spaces. Hypermarket is functional space. It is built as an agent of profit. This function influences the whole design of the space, including its soundscape. Sound and music are used as marketing tools which are supposed to boost the sales. There has been marketing studies which examine the correlation between the loudness of music playing in the hypermarket and the pace of in-store traffic flow of shopper or the daily gross sales purchased by customer. Another study aims on the influence of in-store music on wine selection. According to this study, the music which plays in the wine section can influence the product choice. The results of these studies are interesting not only for marketing purposes. The first study raised another question as well. They explored the level of awareness of the background music after the customer have left the store. The conclusion of this reads, citation, "Subjects were something less than totally conscious of the music while shopping, but it cannot be said that they were completely unaware of it. Rather, the music may have been in the background of the shopper's perception fields. Nothing definitive, however, can be stated about the customer's exact level of music awareness while shopping." End of citation. I want to use this point as a way how to enter one crucial problem of sonic thinking, the phenomenon of listening. Let's go back to the conclusion of the study once again. We read here about the problem of awareness in regards to the music playing in space. So how can we interpret this ambiguity? I think we need to examine the relation between hearing and listening. Hearing is one of our senses. It is physiological. We hear because our body has certain physiology which enable us to hear. To be able to listen, we must hear first. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean listening and hearing are the same phenomena. Once again, back to the music in the supermarket. I propose this interpretation of the study results. The customers who were a part of the study didn't as much differ in the ability to hear music. They vary in their listening. This statement is influenced by the results of yet another study which was examining the results of modification of soundscape of the hypermarket by playing particular sounds of nature and monitoring how these changed soundscapes resonated with people who were shopping in there. One of the interesting points coming from this study is the difference in people's perception once when they were doing so-called listening walks. Citation, "A listening walk refers to an act of walking and listening to the environmental sounds and paying attention to the thoughts they evoke." End of citation. Put it another way, listening walks signs an attentive listening to the present environment and shows the listening as the relation to the world. Listening is the relation to the world. It isn't so much physiological fact, but the act of engaging with the world. Through the listening, I create and produce my world. And on the other hand, my world as my own personal history or culture influences the way how I listen to sound. In a way, listening depends more on culture rather than on biology of hearing. So the way how we listen to the world is subjective. Our encounter with sound is always temporal. I am listening to something now as I am walking down the street. But as I move, the soundscape is changing. Listening is my own activity. I can immerse myself into the sound of the street, or I can put my headphones with noise cancellation mode on and stop the sound of my surrounding at once. In this sense, listening is the production of my sonic world. As Salome Voegelin puts it, citation, listening produces a sonic live world that we inhabit, with or against our will, generating its complex unity. Sound involves me closely in what I see. It pulls the scene towards me as it grabs me by my ears. Sound renders the object dynamic. It makes it tremble with life, and gives it a sense of process rather than a mute stability. End of citation. In this perspective, we can finally appreciate the difference not only in the case of perception of supermarket music. It raises the legitimacy of phenomenological approach to the sonic thinking. With the complex subjectivity of listening on mind, the soundscape itself becomes problematic. We are once again on the thin ice between objectivity and subjectivity and its transcendence. If listening is active production which is temporal and original act of our perception, we have to consider the question of limitless possible soundscape rather than one objective. This doesn't mean we are heading towards solipsism. The soundscapes of our world are intersubjective and shared, but they are not identical. We can follow the tradition of phenomenological reduction and try to strip our listening to the world of its set of social, ideological, and objective beliefs. We can bear our listening to the actual knownness of the sound which is reaching to our body. And while doing it, we enrich our perspective of our own live world. This knownness of attentive listening has a peculiar place in the relation between me and the world. Its place isn't the stream of my consciousness, neither the Kantian transcendental object itself. Its place is rather living presence, pulsing and floating, energized intentional field of life. One of the key ideas of Husserl's phenomenology was the concept of intentionality. In his early work, Husserl understood intentionality as a structure of our consciousness. The consciousness which is always conscious of something. In this concept, intentionality has a pole structure. There is ego as a subject standing in its center and intentional object as an antipole. Between them stream the rays of our attention. In the work of Merleau-Ponty, this shape of intentionality had been transformed. Through the lived body, Merleau-Ponty took the intentionality to the world. In this new shape, intentionality isn't only the structure of our inner consciousness, but fundamental element of our embodied being through the world, as a movement of existence. This reshaping of the form of intentionality means that the former model of two poles and rays of consciousness streaming between them isn't enough. Instead of this, intentionality is taught as an energetical field of existence, which interweaves my lived body with the world. Body not as an idea, but as lived one. In my opinion, this concept of intentionality as an energetic field of existence can bear its fruit in the question of listening as well. In Merleau-Ponty thinking, the primate of perception is usually described through visuality, but intentionality as an energetic field open the possibilities of thinking sonic phenomena as well. It shows the way how we can approach listening and its possibility of enriching our being in the world. Through the listening to the world, our engagement is manifested. This relationship between listening and the opening of the world can we find in Salome Wegel's work as well. Citation: to hear the soundscape as a phenomenological world, a possible life world, situated within a cross-referential universe of mutually accessible possible worlds, actualized through my inhabiting in listening. Recentering myself in their sound has consequences for my sense of self and my understanding of truth, reality, and knowledge. The pluralization of factuality and counterfactuality as extensions of perception bears fruit in the commingling of the possibility actual landscape of my home world. End of citation. Let's go back to the sonic experience of hypermarket for the last time. We showed that our listening activity can be scaled almost endlessly. When we sit in the concert hall, we listen to the music with the most attention. We immerse ourselves in this moment and everything else ceases to be. We don't hear the world behind the walls of concert hall. But let's imagine another picture. It is Friday afternoon and we are heading to the electrical door of hypermarket. Tired after the long week of work. We spent last 15 minutes on the parking place searching for the last free space. We are inside a hypermarket right now. The soundscape feels noisy and annoying, and somewhere between the voices of people there is a piece of music playing on the background. It is the same piece we were listening to in the concert hall a few days ago. But now we might hear it on the edge of our intention field, but we don't listen to it. In the concert hall, while listening to this composition, it felt the very center of our intentional field. It energized it to the level that it was the only thing in the world. But now it lays lost in the background of our perception among the other noises of the place. The music doesn't matter right now. Our body, the same body which were open to the world in the concert hall, is now shut and lost in the weariness and anxiety of this post-capitalism non-space. We hear it, but we don't want to listen to it. But this case isn't only determined way how to listen to this kind of spaces. The next time we enter this space, we can listen to it in a different way. Our intentional field as a place of intertwining can be energized differently. It is not about the primate of subjectivity or objectivity, but rather about the engaging with the world through this intentional field of existence when we can find new layers and ways in which our phenomena showing themselves. Thank you. Ways in which our phenomena showing themselves. Thank you.
So thank you, Jiří, for this interesting presentation. I am open in discussion. Is there a question, a comment? Raise your hands, please. But we have to wait for Jiří to join us with the camera.
Yeah.
Or with sound.
Or with sound at least.
Yeah, I guess I open it.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, cool.
Hear you, yeah.
Yeah. From my perspective, what was really interesting on the Jiří's approach or presentation is that he brings the, I would say, social and political aspect of sonic research to the discussion. What I wonder about is the difference between hearing and listening in terms of I don't know, sonic manipulation, which is, according to me, connected with supermarket soundscapes. When as a buyers, we need to float around the space, and the purpose of music played inside the supermarket is that we don't leave too soon. And so we are supposed not to listen to it, in effect. And so how do you see this, I don't know, phenomenon or problem?
Usually we cannot see you. If you could turn your...
Yeah, okay, I will. Like...
Yeah, I know it's sunny conference and we want to see you.
No, I'm trying to open the camera, but it's somehow like, I don't know, it's...
Okay, let's make it sonically if you want.
I try again.
No, it's not on.
What about now?
Yeah, we can see you now.
Yeah, cool.
And close our eyes and listen to your answer.
Okay, so my answer to the VTech question, I think the relation between hearing and listening, it's like, yeah, I think it's a complicated one, and like I remember, for example, from yesterday, from the presentation from Hannah, like I think she talked about some like you know, the possibility of some kind of sounds which can be so like exploitative that like you can't like get away from it. So I think this is something you have to consider as well, because you know, it's not like I think it could seems like from my presentation that you have like absolute control over your listening and you can like totally stop like every piece of sound from your surrounding. But I think it's a bit more like complicated, and I think this is the case with what Vitek is asking as well, because I think there is like this relationship between like the soundscape of the place, which can be political and which can be manipulative, and on the other hand, with your presence, which can be really like with your like listening presence, which can be really like variable, and you can try to shut yourself from this like manipulative like piece of the soundscape, or you can like appreciate it as well, because if you go to the supermarket, you can go there with your like eyes, like ears open, and you can like listen to the best sales or whatever. It's like it really depends on like on you and on other phenomena as well. So I think this relationship is like really interesting to me, and I think like the main goal of my presentation was to like pinpoint this difficulty and ambiguity which is between these different sonic phenomena and between our subjectivity and the sound itself. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's also more general problem. You gave us a perfect example from my perspective of something more general, of there is a, for example, there is a problem of visual smoke or visual noise in the cities. I mean, like billboards and other stuff that want our attention, and so the political question concerning soundscapes is who decides what we hear and who controls our sonic spaces. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with this point.
Okay, other comments, questions, please? I cannot see any. Hannah.
Hannah and Luca.
Okay, Hannah, please.
Thank you. I just want to react because I think, I mean, if I got you right, you're referring to the part of my presentation where I was talking about Kafka's interpretation of the sirens, where Kafka writes that actually like closing your ears is not like you can't escape the sirens in closing your ears because their singing goes through all wax. And what I find a very interesting part in Kafka is that he then says, what happens is not that the sirens sing and it goes through the wax. So Odysseus tries to protect himself, but this protection doesn't work. But what the moment where he's lost is more that like he also falls for that temptation because he's trying to overcome the danger of their singing by his own means and thinks he can overcome it by his own means. So he kind of can control sound. And this is like the danger in this idea where he completely fails to experience, that he thinks that he can somehow control his relation to sound. And I think this is a kind of very crucial point in Kafka for me, also because it's a very dense and very difficult text, I think. But what it means to me is that we can control our experience of sound in either way. Like deaf people can't control it, they can't decide to hear sound, but we also can't control it. And I think this, or for me, it feels very, very difficult to think about it, how I could control it or how I could listen better to the environment, because I think it is just it's a fact that my sonic environment somehow controls me in some ways and that I can't control it. And this also maybe also refers a little bit to the last talk, because there was mentioned like the sounds we hear when we're in our mother's body and so on, and the sounds we hear when we come into the world. And I think one like very physical or biological point of that is that, I mean, actually when children start to hear, it's not that they hear everything immediately and then it's like a decline of hearing, but I mean the hearing pathways, they have to mature, and they mature by hearing sounds. So it's in the beginning when we come into the world and when we are in the mother's belly, it's not that we hear everything and then it gets shaped, but we start learning to hear while it gets shaped. So it's kind of an intrinsically bound together process. So I'm wondering, like, what is that kind of open or free hearing where we should go to? Where should we see that? Because it has never been there. There were never sounds we listened to and then we lost that. But what we hear is it gets formed while we hear it.
Would you like to react, Jiří?
Yeah, I can try. Yeah, I think what you said about like we can't like escape the sound in the end, or like in your first part, in the first part of your of your point. I think, yeah, that's what I'm like actually like interested in, like if there is this possibility and in what extent, because I think, you know, like we are embodied, and I think in some way, like this is a bit like sketch, but I think we could say like we can escape the sound through our bodies, because I don't know, if I want to avoid some kind of sounds, I just can to leave the place completely. Like I can get away, or like I don't know, like I can like stop. I can shut my computer down right now, and I won't hear like any other presentations or whatever. So I think in this sense, I think I see some possibilities how to like avoid sound, but I think this really depends on the perspective, because this can be true only in some perspectives, and there are definitely like sounds or like soundscapes or situations when we can't like get away, or we can't like avoid the sound, and the relation can be like completely changed in a way that the sound has control over us, in a sense. Like, for example, like I don't know, like these cases of like using sound as a way of torture during the interrogations, or these kind of things, which are like extreme examples of it. But yeah, I think this is for the first part of your question, but I think the second part was maybe more like general, and maybe someone else want to answer.
Yeah. There was question from Luca or remark.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to the idea of the political dimension of sound, and specifically in relation to sound being embodied. And that I think also it's more a comment than a question, I think, and maybe to which people can respond, but that I think it's really important to take difference into account in, for instance, what is experienced as noise is also depending on different embodiments of different experiences being a human in this world, in which power structures also need to be taken into account. What is heard as noise, for instance, or what is heard as limiting, or what is distractive. So I wanted to add to the idea of the political dimension of sound to not only who controls what we can hear, but also what embodied experiences and the differences in embodied experiences of being a human in this world mean to what is experienced as obstructive or noise, basically.
Yeah, and do you have some example for that, for the differences? Or
well, it's actually closely linked to what I will be speaking on in my talk, and especially like the way masculinity takes space in daily life through sound. And for instance, I think it's very embodied to whether you hear that as noise or whether you don't notice it. And the difference between human beings. And then I'm not only speaking about patriarchal structures, but also about racist structures and all kinds of oppressive structures that make the experience of sound also very specific to your lived experience. And yeah, maybe that is like an example, but that's also something I will be speaking on later. So yeah.
Yes, Jim Igor, raised hand.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a very crucial point, what you said, Luca, and also it was, I think, implied in your question, Vit, that there are also forms of sound where sound is domination, or with the Odysseus example that Hannah brought up, that Odysseus tries to perform the domination over sound. So there's domination over sound and domination through sound. And I think we have to consider that no sound is innocent. Like there is not that pure sound before culture, before domination. And I think this is also important in regard to us, because I think there's also this tendency to link sound to activity or to life, as we saw in the quotes by Salome Vögelin, Jerzy, you quoted, or this terminology of the deafness. If there's no life, there's deafness, or if there's deafness, there's no life. I mean, I think we shouldn't consider sound that innocent, but like mentionings like this say don't only exclude deaf persons, let's say, from life in a way, but also exclude from sound studies, from our field, forms of sound that are not hearable: infrasound, ultrasound, vibrations, the full scope of what sound could be. So I think that's an important differentiation that we should consider, not the opposition to domination, sound as the opposition to domination, but itself within structures of domination.
I saw Miloš Wojciechowski had a question, right?
Microphone.
We don't hear you.
It's a long time ago, so we are somewhere else. But it was just a reaction to Kafka and this psychoacoustics of this the narrative of his little novel or story. You know, Kafka is the example of somebody who was hypersensitive towards oral environment. You know, he was suffering and he was haunted by sounds from the street. It's famous, which is a disability of let's say, I'm not sure, but one of the 100 people, one person is usually hearing much more than the rest of us. So for these people, it is usually not very pleasant to be in an environment where we are feeling okay. You know, they are just hearing more, and unfortunately, Kafka, or fortunately, Kafka was one of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for the remark.
Bernd?
Yeah, just one comment to what Jim Igor said. I'm not sure if what is meant by that sound relates to life, that the opposite is deafness, but muteness or statics. Because I think it's not that deaf people then are excluded from life, but deaf people also make sounds because they move. So they are, as soon as they move, they are alive. So it doesn't even have to do with voicing your voice or saying something, but life means movement, and movement creates airwaves, and therefore life equals sound. So I think this just to turn that into perspective.
Anna, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just because you mentioned muteness, of course, muteness always has these very weird two aspects, I'd say, because I mean, probably as you know all, that in history deaf people were often called deaf mutes, which is a notion which is today widely rejected by many of them, because they say, first, we are not mute, like we can use our voices, there's nothing wrong with a vocal tract. And the other thing is that we have a language, and muteness is very often connected to not having a language. And I mean, sign language is a fully complex natural language which evolved. And this is just another aspect which I find interesting in muteness, because then, I mean, this is also a point we were talking a lot about, like how can we come to a point to get beyond language, or to get beyond words, which then could be actually an aspect of muteness.
Right, because I also think muteness does not only relate to being voiceless. Yeah, So sounds are not only related to voice. The tree is not mute because the leaves rattle in the wind and stuff like that. So it doesn't. It's not necessarily tied to voice or language, but just making sounds or moving. Basically, you don't even have to hear the sounds directly. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and for me it is also interesting in connection with the distinction between hearing and listening, because when you speak, you don't listen. So this thing is I don't know, really interesting, because somehow the sound of your own speech forbids you to listen what is around, and we are overwhelmed somehow by our own sounds and unable to listen what is going on or what others say or something like that. Just a remark.
Yeah, okay, few last comments, because I want to remind you that hunger is also a political issue. Time to solve it somehow. But Bernd and Jimmy Gore, last comments, please.
Yeah, just short, because listening or speaking basically only implies listening to yourself, and that confirms you in your consciousness of your own self. So that's why nothing else matters there.
Also very short, I just wanted to say that before in what you mentioned, Bernd, that now, yeah, as long as you move, there is sound. But I think what I wanted to oppose the division between the sound and the sonic and the visual. Like this was, I don't quite remember in which contribution, but the audiovisual litany by Jonathan Stern was mentioned. And there it is clearly defined, like sound belongs to life, the sight belongs to deaf. And I think we should crack definitely that opposition. This is what was just the point.
Yes, exactly. So thanks to the speakers. Thank you, everyone. We will meet again at 2 p.m. And in that section, we may look forward for Luca's talk, as already advertised. So enjoy your lunches.
Okay. Yeah, a question? No? We will meet at 14
at 2 p.m. 2
p.m. Okay.
See you.
Ich habe doch gesagt, ich wollte noch warten, dass du mich nicht gleich wieder rausschmeißt. Ach so.
So welcome back, everybody. The next session will start with the presentation of Josef Ischlai from University of Oradea, which is called Sound and the Ecology of Fear. Josef unfortunately can't be present for the discussion because he is ill, so we will just play his presentation.
And then we can add some comments if we would like.
Big base.
Mm-hmm.
Hello everyone and welcome to my presentation. My title is Sound and the Ecology of Fear. I'm gonna be running through a bit of history of sonic warfare and describing its psychological effects and the effects it has on certain societies and certain strata of culture and communities. I would like to show you an example which is fairly representative of the ideas I would like to convey. This is an example which has been used fairly enough in the conflict between the United States and North Vietnam. Basically, the idea was to create groups of loudspeaker units, just as in the case of the Second World War, which, with the aid of helicopters, projected this immense soundscape and music and recorded speech over Vietnamese villages, inspiring fear into communities and military strategic points as well. Please join me in watching the example, and then we'll talk about it a bit more later on.
Bà đã về với con đây. Cô đã về với mình đây. Nhưng tôi còn đâu mảnh hình hài nữa.
We're talking about a very complex soundscape in terms of the possibilities of the 20th century. We have recorded speech, we have recorded speech with effects applied onto them, we have Tibetan funeral music playing, all of these recorded on tape, mixed on with the aid of multi-tracking. But besides the fact that this example creates a sort of orality which will be representing a virtual space, and despite all of its effects, what is, I think, fairly important is the fact that it's trying to exploit a certain religious indoctrination of the community listening to it. Now, this is of course possible because of the huge economic differences and cultural, media consciousness of the societies. It's really important to hear how immense it could have sounded for the civilians or military units experiencing this huge soundscape played by US helicopters. Of course, Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now. The movie references this, but in those scenes they are using Wagner as a soundtrack, which of course had its own examples in World War II, mostly in Vietnamese War, and later in the early 2000s as well. So there's quite a lot of experiences recounting the use of this method. Sonic warfare is the use of force, both seductive and violent, abstract and physical, via a range of acoustic machines. This could be biotechnical, social, cultural, artistic, or even conceptual, to modulate the physical and affective dynamics of populations, of bodies and crowds. Now, before the activation of causal or semantic, cognitive listening, the sonic is a phenomenon of contact and displays through an array of autonomic responses, a whole spectrum of affective powers. Sound has a seductive power. It can immerse the listener, it can caress the skin, to soothe, to beckon the listener, even to heal, or modulate brain waves and massage the release of certain hormones within the body. Now, the discussion of the psychological effects of sonic weaponry is usually centered around power, meaning that the louder I play it, the more afraid you will be, the easier I manipulate you. Of course, there's a tendency of using the unsound, the register of very low frequency bases or very high frequencies of sounds above 80 decibels. As you probably well know, this would mean a register under 20 Hertz or above 20,000 Hertz. And if it's played on a loud enough system, or if it's played loudly enough, it can affect bowel movement. Basically, it becomes an immaterial weapon of death. In 1952, the CIA had a documented experiment of prisoners experiencing very loud noises and sounds over even 100 decibels, and they were analyzing their psychological predisposition and their change in mental behavior, how they reacted to certain psychological traits within themselves, and how they managed to resolve small intellectual tasks they have been given. This was all documented. But the modern version is more like, if we can imagine it as, for example, shopping malls we tend to go to buy clothes. There's this particular case of holosonics applied in malls, meaning that the orality or the speaker or the stereo field of the music defines a certain space. It's targeted towards the buyer or the consumer, implying or insinuating that this consumer should buy even more and more clothes with the aid of music. All of these definitions of sonic warfare is very effective if it's used under the concept of shocking and awing the listeners. As I mentioned before with my very inhumane Vietnamese example, is that they exploited the religious indoctrination of societal strata, the listener. Ancient Greeks had an instrument which is called the sarpings, which was kind of a blowing horn, similar to the aulos, used as a musical instrument in Greece. Now, a Swedish archaeologist studied this instrument and had pointed out very interesting aspects to it. The source of the instrument played was highly indifferent, and the more important aspect was the sound in itself experience, which was almost like supernatural or superhuman. So in war times they have been using it quite a lot, and even in courts of order. So it was an immense shocking value to the listeners, but there are no recounts of a person or a human player using this tool to create sound. So the archaeologist demarcates it as a non-musical tool having its own limitations, keeping it from offering much melodic variation, clearly a tool of sonics. But it has been referenced quite a lot in ancient Greek literature, from playwrights, Aeschylus, the Persians, or in Homer's Iliad, Achilles' voice is compared to these salpings. Aristotle, in his Historia Animalium describing animals, compares the voices of elephants to these salpings instruments. Again, the documentation of this instrument says that it had almost a godlike sound, and people were unable to discover its source. So the focus was on the experience of what sound is heard and not the source of it being played, compared to the aulos, which has clear descriptions of people playing it with puffy cheeks and not being able to pronounce logoi when using it. Okay, the medieval centuries lack sonic history. There are very few recounts. There's a writer called Horst Wenzel, who in his book Hearing and Seeing, Writing and Image, published in 1995, associates sonic presence or acoustic representation with politics. So he says medieval government was based on a considerable extent on this acoustic representation, which has been performed in physical and symbolic spaces. So representative sound was an expression of the political, social, and economic organization of medieval Europe. We get to the 19th century, where we have plenty of documentation regarding the history of sonic aurality or soundscapes. Before we arrive to the industrialization, we find a very interesting document written by Alan Corbin. His book is titled Village Bells, which was published in 1994. And he sort of sets a tone to the discovery of aurality via sound in Europe, because he was exploring the sonic signaling of church bells in rural France. And he was diametrically opposed to the speeding up of societies, this acceleration that swept the 19th century along, meaning that in the 19th century, time and space was being compressed by the industry. But Alan Corbin says that the sonic bells remained static and were used as a social signaling in order to give its listeners a sort of semantic direction, signaling time as well, and making use of their religious indoctrination and belief. There was always a specific meaning to a church bell being sounded. Then we get to, let's say, Germany and Victorian London. Here we have already paved roads, different industries, factories, and we have certain strata of societies which are working in the field of literature, journalism, psychology, which by John Picker from the MIT, in his writing Victorian Soundscapes, is defined as a strata of brain workers in the society. Now, there was this general impression that the brain workers of Manchester and Dusseldorf, which are highly documented, were complaining about neurasthenia because of the higher noise floors and soundscapes existing within their cities. So historians like Joachim Radkau and Anson Rabinbach claim that this period between 1870 and the 1940s was a very nervous age, creating a sort of neurasthenia in the brain workers. Nevertheless, the Canadian composer Barry Truex, who is specialized in electronic music and soundscapes, has stated that societies were in fact identified by these sounds. So there was a sort of acoustic community developing within Europe, saying that acoustic cues and signals constantly keep the community in touch with what is going on from day to day within it. Such a system is information rich in terms of sound, and therefore sound plays a significant role in defining communities spatially, temporally, in terms of daily and seasonal cycles, as well as socially and culturally in terms of shared activities, rituals, and dominant institutions. But there was a very high measure of complaint as well. Willi Hellpach, a German nerve specialist, in his book Nervosität und Kultur in 1902, expressed that today the nerve doctors' best friends are the engineers. Theodor Lessing, in his book Der Lärm in 1908, expressed that road paving noise is very dangerous, and he was advocating wooden tiles to avoid a certain amount of friction on the roads. So these were considered as anti-noise campaigns. And similar to this was the alarming rate which cars and train whistles were rising. There was even certain act which was called the 1896 Locomotives on Highways Act, which stated that every light locomotive shall carry a bell or other instrument capable of giving audible and sufficient warning of the approach or position of the carriage. So these aspects raise the dynamics of soundscapes within cities, as well as define them. So we have a certain amount of staticism and oral definition within societies, but there's a lot of movement as well. So it created a sort of an unease, and it was in fact a technology which was destabilizing space itself. Then we get to a more fun turning point at the eve of the 20th century, because we reach a point where Thomas Edison discovers in 1877 the phonogram, recording child's lullabies and his own scream. And later on we reach tools which can record sound effects, and we have plenty of microphones which can record the realities of experienced sonic effects, sound, and even music, of course. The possibility of recording these sounds gave way of in a way, overemphasizing them in the moving image culture. Meaning that, for example, Pathé, in its war propaganda materials, started using more sounds of explosions and gunfire, even more than that has been recorded with the camera, in order to instill a certain fear and maybe a different sensation of pride and peril into the societies witnessing these films. So it was immediately, in a way, abused aesthetically. So it kind of gave way for certain academics to rejoice in the possibility of listening to these sounds. The poet and the academic Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, as I'm sure you all know, in his manifesto written in 1909, the Manifesto of Futurism, was implying that the industrialization and even noises created by this are highly important. Immediately in 1913, Luigi Russolo reflected on this, and in his manifesto, The Art of Noise, he references this. This was a new acoustic pleasure, as Luigi Russolo coined it. And he stated that as it comes from life, in fact, noise immediately reminds us of life itself, making us think of the things that produce the noises that we are hearing. This was a concept, of course, later applied by a very famous composer we all know, John Cage, who used plenty of these sounds, and a lot of artists from, even before that, from the era of musique concrète, right? So, as you can see, there's been a sort of anti-noise protest on the eve of the 20th century, but there was also this fetishization of sounds and this spectacle of sounds during wartime. Of course, as Rousseau was disregarding the sound effects, I think we should probably avoid that and talk a bit about the phenomenological and psychological aspects of these sounds. Well, phenomenology, in all fairness, is very vaguely documented. We can say that every time we hear a sound, we hear nothing but its own content, so we can classify them according to their perceptual characteristics, meaning that it would be a higher sound or a louder sound, maybe it's brilliant or maybe it's dull. But to classify sounds according to their spectral composition, or to the mechanical sources that produce them, or to evoked potentials would mean that we're talking about psychology. Expressiveness usually has three qualities, which are fairly interesting, especially the third one, because not only we talk about primary qualities, which would mean the size or the form or weight of a sound, which is not really subject dependent. It doesn't depend on the listener's perception. But we have secondary qualities as well, which would mean the color of sounds experienced, and the tertiary, which are very important, which can help us define if a sound is good or bad, or let's say it sounds gloomy, or it has a happy mood, or maybe it sounds threatening to us, or attractive, alluring in a way. This is highly subject dependent, and this sort of defines all of our psychological and affective predisposition to these sounds. These tertiary attributes point towards what academia would coin as an affordance of sounds. Basically what this means is that we hear a sound, and we immediately, going through these processes, due to the tertiary qualities, we can already know if a sound is dangerous or not dangerous. Should we avoid it? Should we be afraid of it? Or should we maybe take steps towards it? All of these circumstances regarding the affordance of the sound, reaching our affective sphere of cognition, plunges a level deeper, which would mean that it affects our ability to memorize or to create memories regarding sound. Anamnesis is merging the sound, our perception, and our memory in a simultaneous way, in an involuntary way, and it is driven by the motors of our personal experience, collective experiences as a community, our empirical knowledge of past experiences, past community experiences, and the collective traumas or collective experiences or memories of the community we are living in. That can mean, of course, political ideology, religious indoctrination, which is very important in the case of our Vietnam example, which I'm going to turn back to just in 1 second. When this process of anamnesis is triggered in cognition, we project a certain image, which has been called a sonic image, as you probably know this. For example, when we hear a siren, we immediately define its manageability or its affordance, and we already know that it creates a certain vision, which is not an image in a concrete way, but it's a vision of danger which we should avoid, or it creates a certain understanding in our brains that somebody must be in peril. Okay, so now knowing all these attributes, these aspects in psychology and affective attributes of the sound and all its history, let's just turn back to my example from the US-Vietnamese conflict, and we will see how everything applies to this example.
Bà đã về với con đây. Cô đã về với mình đây. Nhưng tôi còn đâu mảnh hình hài nữa.
Historically, it reflects the invention of the gramophone, of course, recording voices, capability of multi-tracking, capability of recording sound effects and overlapping them with each other, creating soundscapes. Emotionally, we respond. It inspires fear into the listener and experience of dread, which is very hard to manage, of course. Psychologically, it affects not only due to the fact that it is bringing back dead people to the living, but it is reaching into the depths of collective psychology as well, making a use or exploiting their psychological predisposition regarding religion. Society in Vietnam had a fair belief that if their related family members die due to a trauma, they will, because of this uneasy experience, will come back to haunt the living and try to communicate with them. These ideas are a bit more primitive because it was only used to develop a certain kind of sonic deception, which meant that the 23rd Regiment of the US Army was creating sound experiments as well, recording on vinyl and then editing these on multitracks to deceive the enemy and to create this illusion of them arriving from a different perspective. In the future, this fetishization of data exists, so the air-read machines and all sorts of machinery projecting very big amplitudes and big forces of sound using very low registers of the sub-bass or very, very high frequencies were used to manipulate groups of people within urban areas. I will show you a short clip of the air-read machine controlling communities.
So, Josef cannot be with us due to health issues, but we can comment shortly on his talk if you wish. It was a rich talk with we are still under strong impressions, muted somehow. So does anyone wants to comment on it? Wait.
Yeah, it was a very rich contribution, and I have few connections to other talks and some ideas about it. What is for me interesting in this presentation is the connection of sonic research with media philosophy, especially with Paul Virilius' drumology, which was mentioned, which was not mentioned, but there was the concept of acceleration, which is related to industrialization. And now I can see that it's not only acceleration, but also amplification that is inherent in this process. And this is, I think, very well connected with Ivan Gutierrez's talk about split horizons and about the disconnection of sound and its locality. So maybe Ivan could have some ideas about it. And yeah, so this connection of acceleration of modern society, which is also amplification. And my question is basically to Ivan Gutierrez, if he sees some relation to his talk about split horizons. Yeah. Yeah, so that's basically it for now.
So let me just see if I understand. So a connection between split horizons and
basically between the problem of disconnection of sound from its source, from its locality, as you know, this breaking of causal chains through recording, you know, and it now connects with this war technology, and how this disconnection allows for the use of the sound as a weapon because of recording and amplification.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, I had only thought about it either in terms of how it can be used in a creative way. So the way that it's used in film, in that way that Walter Murch described as this kind of stereo effect, where you have, you know, in the same way that you have two images, that each of the eyes is presented with slightly different images of the world, and that creates the depth of 3 dimensions. That there's something similar happen when the ear and the eyes are presented with different images. There's a certain kind of depth that comes from that as well. And I considered that in the cinematic sense, that offers creative opportunities in the sense of politics and advertising, that you know that gives rise to the opportunity for, you know, for manipulation, and I guess maybe one of the things that maybe facilitates that manipulation is how there's a certain immediacy to the way sound acts upon us, because there's something about sound that's very, very physical. Maybe it has to do with the fact that, you know, that it has to do with balance. You know, the organ of, you know, that senses balance is in the ear, and it's very direct. And when we hear these jingles that stick in the mind, and you know, Oliver Sacks once called them brainworms, and you know, I'm sure that we all have this experience of brainworms where you can't get a melody out of our minds. There's kind of a way that somehow sound goes directly into our psychology. And you know, in Josef's talk, I guess it becomes obvious how sound can go directly to our bodies, and that offers the opportunity for injury as well, and for, you know, for psychological trauma, which is interesting. And I guess that, you know, they're related. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
That are inspired by your question. But I'd be interested in hearing what other people have to say.
Yeah, Jimmy, go, please.
Yeah, thank you. I found it also a very good contribution. And yeah, regarding the topic you just talked about, and also the presentation of Yeji, I think this also is a new or another form of reminding us that the unheard sound should be taken into consideration also. Like, I think it's Steve Goodman who presents this in his book of Sonic Warfare. Like, his formulation is something like, the enemy already uses the unheard sound. to manipulate and fight us. So our reaction cannot be limited to the heard sounds. Like if we only, if our resistance is only on the level of the heard, of the sounds we hear and can listen to, then our means of resistance are insufficient. And I think you don't need to frame this in the terms of resistance, but it's of course also a creative potential, maybe that we can also creatively and productively work with sounds other than the heard ones.
Ivan, please.
I just kind of continuing the train of thought. I'm not actually sure to what extent, because I'm thinking that one of the ways that sound has always been used in the context of war, and in the way that that's illustrated in the presentation, where where I guess it's amplified from helicopters, and these actors are saying these things that are supposed to strike fear into the population of the Vietnamese population that's living in the jungle. It seems that sound has always been used that way, always. So I'm just wondering now to what extent technology plays a role in that, other than simply an amplifying role. Right? Rather than a different sort of experience. I mean, what I was trying to get at was that the technology of the phonograph and the telephone they meant a radically different sort of experience. And I'm not sure now. I'm wondering if this, the use of sound to create fear and pain, if it's all that new, and to what extent technology plays a role in that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but at least in the example with the Vietnam War, there's other role of technology than just amplification. It's mixing and recording of sounds, taking them from somewhere and using them in another way than they were originally used.
That's true.
Yeah, Anna, please.
Yeah, I think one point which I also found interesting regarding to this is that, I mean, sound is also very often connected to like a direct experience or a truth or something which can't really, which can't be an illusion, but which is always like the truth we're kind of experiencing. And in this example, you see exactly that it's not like that, that actually there aren't these people where the people from Vietnam listening to, they are not physically there. There is exactly this illusion which is working, and which is why it is so such a massive weapon in this sense, that the technology actually is doing exactly that. This is doing like this acoustical illusion of you think that you really hear the voice of your relatives who aren't there.
Yeah, and I also wonder from in terms of acoustic ecology, or yeah, if there are in animal world, in animal world, if there are ways or animals who use sound as a weapon as well. As a way of yeah,
many of them.
Yeah,
many mammals. I have deer in my garden, and he threatened even us very often with a sound, and it reminds me to the Vietnamese war example, actually. Without the words, of course.
Yeah, maybe without the words and without the, I mean, this Vietnamese war example, this is pretty extreme, right? And I'm not aware of animals using sounds as in such an extreme way. of course they defend themselves.
For example,
this is the boundary of my territory. You do not go one step further. That's what they do, of course. Even dogs do that, right?
Yeah. But I mean, a way to manipulate the prey, for example, that it can't move or something. I don't know. I'm not a biologist or anything, but
sure. If you think of whales and how they hunt in groups, and the way that they use their sounds to confuse fish, so that it makes it easier to catch them.
Yeah, that's. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to Luca Sudan's talk. She's from Netherlands, sonic manspreading. The talk is pre-recorded, so we play it.
Okay. Right then, yeah.
Dear listeners, thank you for having me here. It's a great honor and pleasure to be amongst all the inspiring speakers at this conference. Let me begin by introducing myself briefly. My name is Luca Sudant and I am born and raised in a small village in the south of the Netherlands. Since my teenage years, I have been involved in various grassroots queer collectives, striving in one way or the other for a better world. For many years, I lived in legalized squatted buildings, and I am grateful to have learned so much from living in community. I have a background in both academia and the arts. I graduated from the Research Master Cultural Analysis at the University of Amsterdam. Here, I developed a research focus at the intersection of noise theory, new materialist philosophy, and the figure of the feminist killjoy. Throughout the years, I have felt increasingly uncomfortable with knowledge production that is confined to a strict academic linguistic frame. And so I enrolled at the Department of Critical Studies at Sandberg Institute, Amsterdam. Within this art institution, I developed a practice that aims to articulate theory beyond producing academic writing. This has led me to work from the intention to have an embodied experience of doing theory, meaning to blur the theory-practice divide. So right now I have a sound-based artistic practice which is informed by, and importantly, also informing my engagement with academic theory. So the merging of theory and practice goes both directions, from theory to practice and from practice to theory. Currently, I explore the physical impact of sound, specifically at the intersection of sound and gender. I am fascinated by sound as a matter that vibrates in all sorts of bodies, human and non-human bodies. I am intrigued and inspired about the ways in which we can know through engaging with the sonic as a tactile matter. I am honored and excited to share with you the insights gained from working with the concept sonic manspreading. Sonic manspreading is a self-coined research concept that has led to signal and acknowledge the noisy and occupational wide horizontal space that sticks to masculinity. I chose to elaborate on this concept for this conference, specifically because within my practice it is a site where theory and practice collide. So let me begin with what I mean with sonic manspreading. Sonic manspreading consists of two words, and let me begin with the second word, manspreading. Manspreading is commonly used to refer to masculine bodies in public transport sitting with their legs wide apart, and thereby covering more than one seat. It is about masculine bodies taking up disproportionate space at the cost of space available to other bodies. I personally came across the term manspreading for the first time on social media. I witnessed people uploading pictures and videos of their encounters with manspreaders. The social media content I consume, which is, I would say, strongly informed by queer feminist voices, communicated manspreading typically through images, like the Instagram images shown here. The image that you can see here was part of an anti-manspreading campaign, released by the Metropolitan Transit Authority in New York in 2016. It visually signals the manspreader in red, implying it is doing something spatially undesirable. Similar campaigns were released in cities like Paris and Madrid. As visible in this campaign image, as well as on social media outlets, manspreading is represented and culturally constructed through images. Manspreading as a socio-cultural phenomenon is visually reproduced and made knowledgeable. Essentially, spreading is a spatial issue. So what if we consider space not only as visually perceivable and representable? What can be said about manspreading if we consider sound as a space-taking matter? A visual regime is also to be found in scholarly and artistic engagements with gender performativity. I use the concept of gender performativity as theorized by Judith Butler and adopted in further research in the field of gender studies and queer feminist theory. Gender performativity suggests that gender is not what we are, but what we do through the iteration of culturally coded acts, such as sitting with legs spread wide as performatively masculine. When gender performativity is made concrete, it is commonly approached from a vision point of view. Namely, it is about the looks of anatomy, clothes, accessories, body movement, hair, etc. So also here we see that the visual regime of Western existential philosophy and phenomenology is not only present on social media expressions on gender issues, it is also dominating academic discourses and artistic practices that work with ways in which gender erupts in time and space. But how often do we hear men shouting on the streets late at night, typically in a city's bar area? How often do masculine bodies speak much more in meetings and decision-making processes? And what about these heavy motorcycles or tuned cars performing masculine sound compositions? In popular media, artistic reflections, the field of gender studies, queer theory, feminist theory, and phenomenology, I witness a lack of attention given to the relationship between gender and sound and gender. Judith Butler elaborates on speech acts and nonverbal communication as constitutive of gender. There is also research done to the significance of the human voice in what we consider to be gendered. This is commonly the closest it gets to incorporating acoustics in the analysis of gender performativity. However, in my view, there is a lack of analytical attention towards sound produced in the gendered encounter between human and non-human bodies. So, alternatively, sonic manspreading highlights the acoustic focus on manifestations of masculinity beyond voice. Think of rasping one's throat and spitting on the ground, or think of kicking against things, or producing extra loud motorcycle sounds by pressing the gas pedal in front of traffic lights. Besides an acoustic focus on space-taking masculinity, sonic manspreading also encourages to critically question which manifestations of gender are being muted and sound policed under patriarchy and the gender binary. So from a bottom-up and acoustic perspective, sonic manspreading as research term focuses on the space-taking, Eurocentric and colonial construction of masculinity that dominates and oppresses on a global scale. As a term of departure, sonic manspreading has moved through various of my projects. Community-based work, performances, audio works, installations, and my writing practice, for instance. Throughout its relatively short lifetime, sonic manspreading has generated affective responses, varying from discomfort and awareness to humorous recognition and joy. In the following section, I will elaborate on two of my works in which sonic manspreading is significant. The first work is a sound piece that I framed as a meditation on sonic manspreading, as visible here. It is an attempt to think about power formations by and through sound, and not merely thinking about it. In a space with a surround sound system and subwoofers installed inside a wooden seating platform, I asked people to sit down or lie down and close their eyes. There were instructions present that informed the audience about it being a meditative moment, in the sense that meditation means an intense focus on something. The 10-minute long sound piece is a collage and mix of field recordings made at two locations. One of the locations is a busy nightlife alley in the city of Nijmegen, which is a small town in the Netherlands. I recorded in the middle of a weekend night. You can hear cars pulling up in a show-off manner, and guys singing, shouting, and spitting. Once in a while, you can also sonically spot someone kicking against something. The second location where I recorded was at a football match between Ajax and MVV in the city of Maastricht, another small town in the Netherlands. I recorded a close-up of my friend who went there as an MVV supporter. With a clip-on microphone, you can follow his vocal engagement with the game, and in the background you can hear the choirs of football supporters collectively singing and shouting. Throughout the work, the sound intensifies in that the intervals between loud moments become shorter. On top of that, an increasing high BPM kick drum beat gains volume so that it vibrates the surface that the audience is sitting on or lying onto. The piece ends abruptly into a resonating silence, which is an important part of the piece. I will now play an excerpt of the piece, and it's 1 minute of the 10 minutes of the piece. The responses of audience members are part of my research. Someone said to feel ashamed of his kind, and another person found it almost too intense to be around. So there appeared to be a certain discomfort around experiencing and exposing this naturalized sonic gendered behavior. Through these comments, I learned it to be confrontational to people to collectively move through an amplification of that which is sonically dominating and occupational. I'm not so much interested in saying that taking space through sound is wrong or bad. My intention is to point it out, to signal power dynamics that inform the occupation of daily life spaces. Just like for noise, once you hear the humming ventilator in the background, you cannot unhear it. The same goes for sonic manspreading. Once you notice space is structurally taken away from certain bodies by an acoustic overshadowing of masculinity, you can barely unhear it. Another audience member of the meditation on sonic manspreading actually felt nauseous by the combination of acoustic vibrations and the insight that it's actually absurd that certain bodies are entitled with the right to overrule others by means of so much sound. I was happy that my intention to move through an acoustic experience with a group of people evoked a certain awareness in which sound was experienced as mattering. Here I mean mattering in both senses of the word. On the one hand, with mattering I mean that it counts, it is important, and sound deserves attention. On the other hand, it matters because it concerns a material impact on bodies. That sound is material I try to amplify in this meditative moment, namely through vibrating the space and seating surfaces. I aim to show how sound waves travel through space and pierce through our bodies and that of others. It materially affects us and that which we are entangled with. For me, sound therefore reveals the very entanglement of all sorts of matter, human and non-human matter. As previously mentioned, I observe a lack of scholarly attention given to the sound produced in the gendered encounter between the human and non-human. This is what the work Femcore specifically deals with. So Femcore is another work in which sonic manspreading is significant, however more in the background as compared to the previously discussed meditation on sonic manspreading. Femcore is an audio composition inspired by Gabber hardcore music. I limited myself to only working with a bag of crisps, interacting with my body as musical instrument in different resonating spaces. I will now play a short excerpt of the track. Hardening the ground under my heels. I am so tired. Living a vertical life. Living a vertical life. So, now you might wonder, why would I only work with crisp bags and my body as musical instruments? The situation is, Femcore responds to the absurd proposal by a crisp brand to develop a lady-friendly kind of crisp. These lady-friendly crisps were supposed to be making less sound while eating them. Besides finding this absurd, it actually is also very telling about gender norms in general. So the company's proposal relies on normalized expectations of bodies. That is, it relies on the cracking sounds of eating crisps as a gendered phenomenon. Men can eat loudly and throw sound waves of cracking crisps in a space. And on the contrary, feminine bodies are supposed to limit their space and virtually mute their crisp cracking. So my response to this normative relationship between gender and sound was to take as much space as possible with eating and munching on crisps and making a loud soundtrack of these sounds. The affective responses to this work are, again, part of my research. I noticed that in conversations and talks, fellow queer folks, women and/or femme people, had to laugh when the word sonic manspreading was dropped in relation to femcore. I noticed it to be some sort of moment of solidarity, through a sad but also humorous acknowledgement of our sonic space being structurally limited by gender norms. So, in contrast to the uncomfortable responses to the meditation on sonic manspreading, pointing out the existence of a sonic manifestation of gender norms within femcore generated moments of joy and belonging through acknowledging the noise in specific lived experiences. So in the following section, I want to reflect on sonic manspreading as noise. In an article titled Nostalgia, Greg Hange points at the impossibility of recognizing noise in the present. Hange speaks of noise within technology as something not heard or not listened to, and I quote, "Like the viewer who tries not to see the glass in front of the painting, and like the pre-CD listener not contemplating the hiss, cracks, and pops born on the contact between stylus and vinyl. We do not hear or actively unhear that which does not belong to the pure message." For Hange, noise is thus an unfortunate byproduct of the available technology, something to eradicate, not listen to and filter out. According to Hange, we fail to recognize the noise in the present, and it is time and innovation that reveals the noise of the improved technologies. In my political reading of Hange, I link noise not only to the materiality of media and technology. I approach noise as injustice embedded in institutionalized systems. I approach gender normativity as noise. Within this reading of noise, sonic manspreading as research concept shows that there is more to a time-based conception of recognizing noise in the present. Emancipatory processes also move across space within a same time frame. Sonic manspreading has shown how epistemological and ontological transformation is not only about chronology, but also about the differences in lived experiences within the present time. Moving from not hearing to hearing, similarly to how we came to hear the hiss on vinyl, the role of sonic manspreading has been to point at contemporary gendered noise. Masculine noise in the here and now, vividly experienced mostly by women, queers, and femme people. And therefore, transformations or emancipatory processes are also activated by means of moving through space within the same time. This is what sound can do, and why I think it's so powerful to work with sound. Sound, namely, moves multiple bodies, human and non-human, at the same time in different ways. That is, sound waves will vibrate my body, as well as the chair I'm sitting on, as well as the windows of my room, however, in a different manner. Similarly to how a particular sound wave might heavily vibrate a lightweight object and barely move a piece of stone, one human body responded significantly different from another human body to the artistic theoretical engagements with sonic manspreading. This shows how theory is not a disembodied practice. Namely, the distinctive responses to sonic manspreading reveal the difference in embodied engagement with theorizing power. Doing theory is not merely a distant subject matter. So just as sound is inevitably shaking up matter, may it be on an atomic level or visible to the human eye, theory can likewise perform material shockwaves in bodies. Whether these shockwaves are of uncomfortable or joyful nature, when these shockwaves are simultaneously sonic and theoretical, I believe one can move through certain moments and experience those as intimately transformative. I specifically use the asterisk in the spelling of trance, which I take from Jack Halberstam. The asterisk points to multiple directions, and therefore the word trance with asterisk forbids any definite meaning of what tranceness suggests. Halberstam argues in favor of the term trance with asterisk because it resists the polarization and sheer binary between trans men and trans women. So trance with asterisk opens to endless possibilities, as the asterisk points to multiple directions. Halberstam suggests that the asterisk might be understood as a question mark, or a sign that emphasizes the transitioning process instead of the final form. Trance with asterisk thus forbids any classification process, just as it refrains from naming or defining. I would like to offer a thinking about ontological and epistemological transformations through the lens of how Halberstam conceptualizes tranceness as a process-oriented rather than an outcome-oriented way of thinking. So concretely, I mean with this that difference in lived experiences within the present is knowledge. So not only can we approach emancipatory practices as chronological political transformations, we can also approach transformation as brought about by an engaged form of listening to that which was muted to you before. Not because it wasn't there, but because you didn't recognize the noise of the present. The noise in highly stressed nervous systems under a patriarchal and racist globalized world is transformative knowledge in the present. The tense flesh of oppressed bodies reverberating on higher frequencies under pressure is knowledge about the noisy status of contemporary global power structures. So, in order to consider a transformative politics through sound, I argue that it is not only time that needs to be moved through in order to recognize the noise in the present. It can also be a movement through a shift of focus, such as from visual to sonic, from a body-mind divide to an embodied way of doing theory in an attempt to understand the world from multiple perspectives. A transformative politics of sound requires a form of careful listening to grasp oppressive background noise. A transformative politics of sound embraces multiplicity in the way that different bodies are affected differently by certain sounds. What I generally hope for with the concept of sonic manspreading is to think gender as event, a fluid, process-oriented phenomenon rather than a fixed ontological status. This is helpful on a broader scale, beyond theorizing gender performativity. Theorizing through and with sound is helpful in recognizing many more shape-shifting power formations. I want to leave it here and as last point say that the effective and artistic research along with the doings of sonic manspreading is by no means a finished project, but rather a lively concept that keeps on traveling through time and space. This was my contribution. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Luca, for your interesting talk. We have a question at the YouTube channel, so I will read it. It's from Shannon Soundquist. It's a probably a nickname. Luca, very interesting talk. Very well done. Luca, do you see the genres Geber, hardcore as somehow male? Also, but not only in sense of manspreading? And does your work femcore point also the male dominance in that genres in hardcore? So this question from Shannon.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think it's a very good question and also something I thought about. Maybe it makes sense to also mention here that I'm a huge Gabber person going to many of these events. And I also DJ and I play that kind of music. And yes, I do notice a specific masculine layer on top of it. Also, for instance, when I DJ and I play that kind of music, there's always like a certain unexpected moment of like, oh, you play that kind of music. So yes, I do notice there is a type of, a hint of masculinity in it, but that's, I think, also why I want to work with it, to really, to kind of, maybe that's also a reason that I work with it, to point that out in a certain way. And also, yes, when I go to hardcore events, for instance, there is a very masculine vibe, whatever that means. I think that's just what I pick up then. It's not necessarily that with this work I want to point towards that and really say like, okay, that is bad or wrong, but maybe I want to use it in my own way in that sense.
Thank you. Ivan Gutierrez.
We don't hear you.
Unmute. Ivan, unmute.
Sorry. Okay. Yes. So great. Thank you. Thank you for the fascinating talk. I was thinking about this idea of the politics of access to the soundscape, and and where that comes from, and how the access to the soundscape is defined, and also how how sound is apportioned within that politics. And I was just thinking about certain personal experiences that I've had. I live in the Czech Republic, and I've lived in Spain as well. And there's a phenomenon which is very striking for me, when here in trams, when there are Italians or and they're in the tram and they're just being normal, Czech people find it very irritating. They find it very loud, and they get very, upset. And then, conversely, I've had the experience when I was going to university in Spain, and I remember I would go out into the hallway, and the sound of just people talking was so loud that I couldn't stand it, and I just had to leave. And I mean, I could go on, but I mean, just I remember I was also in Vienna, and I didn't really understand what was going on, but because I wasn't there for this demonstration, but I just saw this demonstration coming down the street, and it was this big van with open sides and speakers, like as in a rave or something, and the demonstration, people were chanting "Gegen Schweigen," like against silence, and it seemed like there was this idea that silence, that noise, that silence was oppressive. I don't know. So I guess my question is, to what extent can silence be the carrier of political, power? I mean, because it seems to me that sometimes silence can be something that's that's privileged, or that's an expression of privilege.
So do you mean how silence is deployed as a means of power, or how?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's no I don't think we can label silence as this and loudness as something else, but I think it's used in different ways. And I think like often silence can be very oppressive as well. It's not only loudness, but I think it's sound in different manifestations depending on the context, also cultural context, and also the intersection of gender with so many different framings of in which sound gains meaning. So yeah, for sure, I think silence as well as loudness can be oppressive as well liberatory in both ways. Yeah.
Sorry, we have a continuation from YouTube. It's a follow-up question from Shannon. How do you use the Geber scene or your activities in it for your feminist activities and thoughts?
I don't think I'm so conscious of it. I guess I just love the music and I play it. It's not really a statement. And I think I'm kind of also refusing to make it into a statement. Maybe that's what I wanted to say also in relation to masculinity, that I'm like, I love the music. I love being there. Can I just also do it without making a statement? I don't know. Yeah, I think that's my answer to this.
Was in a very bold statement, actually. But I saw, who was it? Who had a comment? Jim Igor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. It was very sonically plastic and impressive. I have a short comment on Ivan. What you said. I think we had a quite the opposite experience yesterday when we took a walk on the street, because today I think is at least in Frankfurt some fight day against patriarchal violence and demonstrations and stuff. And in the night before, some people installed a little place for silence, I would say, having a little sign written, "In this street a woman was murdered," with a candle, and you could light the candle, and we just stopped there and stood there, and it became like different crowds. Nobody really knew what's going on, but everybody was like in silence with that situation that came into the street, let's say. So this was, I think, I thought about the power of silence too, instead of like loud protest, which is, I think, happening today. But the other thing regarding your talk, I wanted to say, I thought a lot about what you described, kind of a male normalization and auditive regime, let's say, of gender normativity that is also ruling through sound and shaping what we hear. And I found it's kind of the GABA question. I found it intriguing or difficult, or that exactly the sounds that seemingly crack the organized order of sounds, like the football game. They are the sounds of excessive outbreak of the norm. Exactly, these sounds seem to be outbreaks of the normalization, or are the male gendered sounds too, are also within that gender normative sound control. So I just want to say, for me it seems what you call the transformative politics of sound should probably not exclude, let's say, GABA and stamping on things or whatever. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Yes, of course,
please.
Yeah, no, I'm completely on the same page with that. Those outbreaks are exactly not how to say this, like the thing that I don't want to say like that people should limit their space in terms of taking taking up space with sound. It's rather pointing out that it is a gendered phenomenon and that it would be nice to include more bodies in the entitlement of producing that sound. That's also why I rather not make a statement in playing gabber music and rather just do it in the hope that my kind of body also is able to do this. Get what I mean? That's exactly what you meant, right? That it's not like, okay, we should get rid of these kind of manifestations of gendered sound, but more to include multiple bodies in the possibility of taking that space.
Just a short answer. I mean, in a way, both, because at the same time, you showed very strikingly for me how disgusting these sounds are. In a way, you know, the motor, and the shouting, and sometimes you just should be quiet and not spread your legs or whatever. I mean, this is also, I think, a very legitimate thing.
Bernd Herzog-Konrad?
Yeah. Thanks much for that. I was just, I don't know if I understood that correctly. There was that point where you quoted Greg Hange about noise. And if I understood you correctly, you basically try to equate noise with, for example, injustice, racism. Was that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I wonder what would happen if you turn that perspective around. If injustice and racism is not the noise, but basically the kind of accepted melody that is there, and that basically the outbreaks are just noises to cover the fact that this is already our common tune.
Yeah. No, that's also, I think, to elaborate on that, how I used Hange's theory, specifically also in relation to the electric circuit, that the medium resists its very message. And the medium, if that is seen as an institutionalized system, is made possible by the very noise and also produces that very noise, which can be seen as racism, patriarchy, which enables these systems at the same time. So yes, this noise can, in my view, exactly be seen as the unheard melody, basically.
Yeah, right.
And,
so
yeah,
almost like subsonic or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anna, please.
Yeah, also thank you for your presentation. I found it very inspiring in like many ways and could connect a lot to it. For example, I was only familiar with the concept of mansplaining, which I think what you propose is a lot broader and even includes that or gives a different perspectives on it. And I just had to think, because I mean, I was a lot involved with the history of the siren, and like actually an earlier story, even if the story of an earlier story from the story of Odysseus, who's passing the sirens, like with sealing his ears, is Orpheus passing the sirens, and he's passing them while singing just louder than them, which is probably the first manspreading in history, and the first the first literary reference where the sirens come up as being like, someone was shouting louder than them.
Great. Luisa.
Orpheus, so funny. Maybe we could see mansplaining even as a subset of manspreading. Did I understand that correctly, Hannah? Because that's an interesting concept if you think that usually you have that on a content level, right? A man is trying to explain the world to you, but actually there is a sonic component of that, and that is the man will not stop talking. Although you send him a lot of cues that you might be the expert of the thing, actually. We are at a different point, but I was thinking when Ivan told his stories about, or asked the question about to which extent silence can be used politically, and I thought, okay, that's the difference between silence and being silenced, which again relates to what Hannah was talking about, being muted. And we very often talk about minorities not having a voice. And those are the things that kind of resonate with me, because silence itself might be unpolitical, but if it is used in so many different ways, and if it's used against someone, if you do not speak up for someone when when the person needs help or something like that, that's a silence that suddenly becomes political without you doing anything. You have done something. So I'd say that silence can be used to the same political extent as sound can be used. It's just, and sometimes it might be even louder. And just to add another strange example that is personally enraging. Do you know the Kinderschokolade eggs, those little chocolate eggs? And the color pink, of course, is somehow connected to girls and things. And we have those Kinderschokolade eggs in pink for girls. And the color pink, I really like it, but it has nothing to do with girls as such, but it is used in a political way. So, and same with silence, right?
Mm. Yeah, maybe to add one more thing in relation to silence, I did a research a while ago on these cold bridles. Do you know about this? It's a specific device that was used in the late Middle Ages around the witch hunting and also on plantations to silence enslaved people and women in Europe. And it was a metal construction that was put on the head and with a sort of ball in your mouth, or even like a kind of sharp object that would slit your tongue if you would speak. So in that sense, I was also thinking of the ways in which speaking together and maybe also in a language that you don't understand might form a threat to the dominant system, basically. And I think that device really showed that also, that there is this, yeah, in that sense, a huge political side to that silence also.
I have a question, maybe it's related to Ivan's comments also. I think sometimes the spreading of the voice isn't only gendered, but also culturally based, because all the examples of manspreading you gave were from the cities, going, spreading legs in the underground and the bars and so on. And I live on the countryside, and patriarchs are usually more silent than the women that somehow keep the household and the family and all the generations. The older woman is, the older mother is more loud than the, you understand, it's somehow very cultural.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's also something important to say, that I don't see gender as an isolated entity, but something that really intersects with this example that you just mentioned, city life versus countryside life, or race or sexuality. These things are very important also in the meaningfulness of sound in gender to specific person X or situation Y. So yeah, but thanks for that example.
Yeah, and if I could add to it, yeah, I find the concept of manspreading very compelling in connection with the previous talk of war, sonic warfare.
Yeah.
You know, so it really connects. But on the other hand, there is the danger of a cliche of seeing women as silent and men as loud only. You know, so as Martin said, but my question is, or my comment relates to the rave music, because rave music is really interesting phenomenon for me, and I see it really as a kind of counterculture, of course, and this counterculture is based on the opposition, according to me, towards the domination of the public space by media like television or radio, or it's attempt to colonize your own sound space, you know, to go away from the cities and from television and from radios and from schools that are dominated by some discourse and by some sounds, and to create your own space. And I don't see how it's really interesting for me how to work with gender in this context. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, that's just a remark or comment. Miloš Wojciechowski.
Yeah, just comment to your comment. It reminds me on recently I came across some article concerning or about the gender division in the birds world, when traditionally since the I think many decennia we have been always told that only male are singing among the birds, because most of the ornithologists were men. Very few women who were studying birds singing. And recently there was an article by a women ornithologist who claims that it's completely not true, that the women among the birds are singing as well, but just we have been not paying attention to this. It's kind of funny. I don't want to apply it to the human realm.
Yeah, thank you. Luca, would you like to say some reaction?
Yeah, thanks for the comments. I think that's also, yeah, it's adding all to more thinking also about rave culture, but also about how we can look at animals, for instance. But yeah, I think I definitely can take from this also a bit more thinking about the meaningfulness of rave culture in the work, because it's so normal, I guess, in my environment that I never really see it from the perspective as doing something subversive with that.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like that is something I can think about a bit more now. So thanks for that.
Yeah, great. We're out of time. So let's make a 15-minute coffee break. Brew your coffee at home, and let's be back in 3:45 for our final session. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Luca, for your talk.
Thank you.
To je česky. Ahoj Ireno, zapni si prosím tě na 10 sekund mikrofon.
Ano.
Prosím tě, já teda představím, neuděláme to tak, ať se furt nepřepínáme, já představím sebe a řeknu, že ty se představíš potom, po těch 8 minutách.
Jo, v pohodě úplně.
Jo, takže řeknu tu, ať tam není chaos, já mám strach z chaosu teď.
Jasně, v pohodě.
Jo?
Jo.
Jo, děkuji.
Tak zatím.
Už můžeme začít? Už jsme unmutli. Yep.
So, welcome back to the last section of our conference, which is about artistic research. First, we will hear Irena Čarková and Jan Kromholz. Čarková. Carkovova, I'm sorry. And Jan Kromholz from Ústí nad Labem, from our university. Then welcome Polina Kachenka, also from Ústí nad Labem. And in the end, possibly Barry Van. So now it's time for Irena and Jan, who will talk about sonic ecology as a cross-sectional topic in art education.
So, hello. Thanks to having us. I am Jan Kromholz. I am a teacher and artist. Now I am based in Ústí nad Labem. And our topic is sonic ecology as cross-sectional topic in art education. Our paper is, like in these corona times, separate. We are separate with Irena and we work together but separately. And I will present half of my research and Irena will introduce herself and present the second half. And together we will present the conclusion of all of it. So, I will introduce myself a little bit more. I studied time-based media studio at Faculty Art and Design in Ústí nad Labem and art education program at Faculty of Education in Ústí nad Labem. So as an artist, I try to reflect site-specific soundscapes, working the site-specific approaches in installation and sound performance. When I began with my PhD research, I was trying to find something how works art sound in education. In education generally, in physics, art education, music education. And I also realized that's nothing about the topic. Everything is visually, or in the music education, it's only the music theory and music education, music improvisation. So I researched deeper and I realized I got the nice topic. So this situation in Czech Republic, our goal is bring the topics of sound, the medium as a medium of art into the art education, into the institutional art education. The situation is, I realize it's everything in our, it's called not RVP, but Irena, can I ask you, how is it translate? It's or specific in Czech Republic?
It's a framework education program.
Yeah. In Czech education, we got the framework education programs for physics, for art and culture, for mathematics and everything. And it is the basic for the education in Czech Republic. There is a whole curriculum for whole topics in basic education, education for high schools and everything. In arts and culture, it's almost nothing about the sound, only about the digital media. We can take the sound like a part of the video art or something, but for me, it's a little interesting that we got the sound art or sound as a medium of art is, I think, older than video in art. When we can talking about the sound in art from Rousseau, from Futurist, from Dada, and for the video art, we can talking about the 60s, maybe Fluxus, the beginning. And it's older, but I don't know why is it. Maybe is it like almost everyone says, we are in the visual culture. And my main goal in my research, which is called possibilities of interpretation and implementation of sound and sound art into art education, is find some way how to get the sound as a medium into the structures. And the whole conference is about some sonic thinking. And when we got nothing, almost nothing about the past 20 years, its situation better, but about the sonic thinking generally, it's hard to get it into education and get the support, like from your papers, from phenomenology of sound. We need to we need to know how to interpret sound, how work sounds environment, how work sounds art generally, to mediate it and educate it. So again, thanks to Miloš Vojtěchovský for translation of his book from Schaeffer. And there is the nice passage, but it is 50 years ago and the situation is same. Schaeffer says, students will perhaps be trained to describe music in terms of exact frequencies or frequency bands rather than in the limited nomenclature of the tonal system. Dynamics too might better be described in relation to some standard reference such as phone loudness or the decibel intensity, rather than in terms of a few ancient Italian intuition of the subject. My research by art education. In my research, I was searching in the programs, in the books for the music education in Czech Republic, and there is nothing. There is some small parts about the noise or sound, but that's the classical separation in this education. You got the tone, that's the nice sign, and you got the noise, that's the ugly sign. And that's only the definition. Students got only the, music is nice, sound is, or sound/noise is ugly, and that's all. When I try to reflect this topic on some music education conferences, there was none of the topic of the sound, of the listening. They got only the exercises in music education are based on listening to tones, but not to the listen of the environment, of soundscapes, or realizing their own sound environment, thinking about sound critically. It's missed. I shall give the word to the parts of the Irena's project. Irena.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Irena Tsarkovova, and I am also a PhD student in the Department of Visual Culture on Faculty of Education, same as Jan. And I'm also a teacher. This year is my 5th year as a practicing teacher in a high school. I teach art and Czech language and literature. So I try everything that I find out, I try to work it with the students so I can see if it works or not. And my topic is environmental art and its impact on art education. And so I would like to share some of my findings from my first year of research. And when I say environment, I mean the natural world, nature, as a whole with all its participants, human and unhuman. So like the big area environment. And this issue, like environmental problems, environmental pollution, or etc., it's been here for more than 30 years. We can find it in art. In 60s, 70s, there was land art, earthworks, eco art. And also in education, as Jan mentioned, we have this framework education program, and it's obligatory for every school in Czech Republic. And we have this cross-sectional topic, which is called environmental education, and it's obligatory to teach during different subjects, like to mention environment, and it's like saving or protecting environment also in physics, in chemistry, in arts, in literature. It's obligatory. And also I would like to mention that International Society for Education Through Art had held the conference in 1971, and they decided there that environment is crucial for art, like that early, and still we know the situation isn't like great. And recently I also discovered that there is an approach from Felix Guattari, ecosophy, and his vision of a harmony or equilibrium between all of these participants of environment and their specific connections. And it offers different approach that is not based on dualistic point of view or perception, like civilization contra human, or nature, or human contra non-human, or body contra mind. It's always the dualistic point of view. And a lot of schools and teaching is based on this dualistic point of view, like either this or this. And so in my thesis or in my project, I want to follow up the Finnish approach that is called art-based environmental education. It's from Meri Helga Mantere, and it's been here since the 90s. They started their first researches. And you can find some of their methods, books, and articles on their webpage, Nature Art Education. And in their one of the first researches in the 90s, they have found out that the students, they struggle to connect to the nature, to perceive their environment, or simply just pay attention to their senses or the information they gain from their senses. It's based on the research, and it was published in the article Art-Based Environmental Education and the Ecological Crisis, between opening the senses and coping with psychic numbing. And they try to believe that art is a unique way of communication that can enhance the ability of our perception of environment, because it helps us to renew our understanding of everyday things or events, which has become routine to us, and we don't pay attention to them anymore. And I will now quote a quotation from Meri Helga Mantere. I try to support fresh perception, the nearby, personal enjoyment and pleasure of perceiving from the heart. To achieve that, it is necessary to stop, be quiet, have time, and feel psychologically secure in order to perceive the unknown, the sometimes wild and unexpected. At times, conscious training of the senses, decoding the stereotype, is needed. I aim at an openness to sensitivity, new and personal ways to articulate and share one's environmental experiences that might be beautiful, disgusting, peaceful, or threatening. I support and facilitate the conversation with the environment, end of quotation. So I decided that I want to do some series of workshops in a similar way, workshops for students, and those workshops will be focused on enhancing the perception abilities, and also it will be enriched by the works of contemporary environmental artists, because it's in the recent 10 years, there's been a plethora of artistic exhibitions focused on environmental issues. So I need to analyze them and pick up some of the artists. And during and after these workshops, I will measure the impact on students' values and perception skills. So I could tell whether there was an impact or not. That's the main research part. And currently in my project, I am in the middle of analysis of environmental art assignments. This has been made by Czech teachers, like the practicing Czech teachers, and what they do in their classes or in their lessons. And I have found out that the main struggle or issue is they have a good educational potential in the beginning, the idea, but it's not followed through. For example, the teacher, he takes the students in a natural environment, let's say by the lake or pond in a forest, and they let them perceive the surrounding, like hearing the sounds of animals and wind, birds singing. But this experience is not reflected during the lesson. Like that's it. They just hear the sounds, they are in the environment, but it's not reflected. Because the main aim of the lesson is only focused on the final artifact, like to create something. And hence it's missing the point of site-specific approach. And so I decided that I would use some of the methods that it's a common methods for artists when they work or create or think about environment. And those methods are mapping, creating maps, deep listening, focused observation, walking through the environment, teaching in the location, about the location, and so-called site-specific teaching. So this is like my approach where I'm right now, and I can like go now start the conclusion with Jan.
So thank you, Irena, very much. And hello to your apartment. So Vivana works. It's hard to make education or make the pilot projects for education in these Corona times. Everything was stopped, so now we can get only data from the quantitative research, like interviews or something. And now we try to collect data from our research sound. We just know, sound isn't reflected. Only reflection sound in the art education is playing the classical music and painting. And the students reflect their feelings. It's some grand school classic in Czech Republic, but it's nothing about the sound. And we need to get this data and part of my research was visiting many of sound workshop, which was not in the institutions. It was like in Czech Republic, we got the Zvuk, the center for the workshops, some workshops at some conferences or something, visit it. And we use the concept analysis as the method in art education. It's not good method for this conference. Half is based on Goodman theories, but the second half for the nivelization, it's based a little bit on phenomenology. And we need to get this data and make our pilot projects or methods, how to teach sound, how to involve it into the art education. And the main goal is get our data and methods in the RVP arena. It's the
Framework Educational Program.
Thank you. But now is it revision. I will work with my colleagues from faculty this is revision on digital art, this digitalization and everything, and my approach is a little bit get sound into it to be mentioned in these official documents, because I think it is the only way. That's why I ask it to Milos, what should be in the curriculum of the sound or the listening, or what should the students or participants know after the education or the workshop. And I think the base from the 60s is only the listening. The students having the experience with the listening. And I think it's the topic of our together project, or the sonic ecologies with Irena. Just make some methods, take some methods, of course, from Pauline Oliveros or from Schaeffer, and just try them and make them for the institutional use. Because for institutional use, you can realize it's not too institutional. If you read Schaeffer or Pauline Oliveros, some of the teachers say, yeah, but I think it's esoteric or something. And we need to translate it to the words of the teachers and the teachers in the, yeah, whole teachers. We make the sound workshops for teachers too. And it's nice to see when they try to apply it in their education. So I don't know what next. I got the notes from the RVP. Oh, sorry. But only about the music in these characteristics. It's education. It's in the why not the music? There is a described in the field of music through vocal, instrumental, musical movement and listening activities guides the pupil towards understanding the art of music, perceiving music and singing actively, and using them as a perceptual means of communication. In elementary education, these musical activities become on the level of production, reception, and reflection the content of the educational field music. It's about all is about music. The listening practice is about music, and I realized as a sound artist, the easiest way how to involve sound, it's not like Schaeffer wrote in his books through the musical teachers, but in our environment, the education environment in Czech Republic, the easiest way is through the art and through the sound art, through the noise in the galleries and everything which is involved. If you got something, Irena, I measure the time. Do you worry?
Yeah, I agree with the concept of workshops that you were talking about. But like as I said, my project is a bit bigger about the environment, and we have like only this connection on the sound because I decided to make the workshops or the individual lesson based on the kind of pollution, and sound pollution is one of them. Therefore, I try to make the students think about that any kind of pollution is a bigger problem. It's not a problem of one field. It's a problem of as a whole.
Yeah, so discussions open. I will find some moderator. Thank you. Oh, good idea.
Thank you, Irena. Thank you, Jan. It was a great talk. I would like to be your student, actually. Also, being younger would be nice too. But we had very nice comments on the YouTube channel. Very admiring your talk. And Petra Johnson asks, Irena, how can I stay informed about your project? So she wants to know more. I don't know, you probably don't want to make your contact public. We can type a web page or something like this where Petra can find your contact details, maybe.
I have my contact details on on a webpage of Faculty of Education. If, they can find out Department of Visual Culture, and there is my name, Irena Tsarkovová. And I am in the beginning, so I don't have like any web page or articles yet published or something, but I will try to better myself. But anything that is needed, I have my email on a web page of faculty.
Thank you, Irena. So now any questions, comments? Luca, please.
Yes, thanks for this talk. It was really inspiring. And also I'm asking this question from the position of being a teacher in art school myself and struggling very much with the online classes, obviously right now. And as also having a sound practice, I also teach a lot about sound. And this is maybe a very selfish question in the sense that I have a course coming up that I created on sound specifically, and I'm asked to do this on a distance. Do you have experiences now in how, because for me, like engaging with sound is also a very communal effort in a group, experiencing through specific speakers or subwoofers to really feel the tangibility of sound and the way it can move things, for instance. Do you have tips or like experiences or bad experiences, good experiences in like teaching on a distance when it comes to sound and not knowing through which technology or which speakers the sound is mediated, for instance?
I prepared actually the workshops. I began at the first Corona crisis, and I still not yet done, because this is the difficulties, like you mentioned. Everyone got another speaker system, but I got the basic topics which I wanna teach, and this is the speed of sound contra speed of the data. That's some nice practical with the children's if you got the wireless speakers and just the metronome sound, and they realize, and it's nice to realize how slow is sound. It's disturbed the metronomes after 100 meters, and it's the topics which you can work with them, or with the sounds of the room, of the audio of the rooms of the listeners. But I didn't make the workshops because I realized so many technical difficulties how to make this workshop. Yeah, and I understand you. Yeah, it's hard. I teach new media here at faculty, and the sound classes are now based more or less technically, not experiencing with spatial audio or something.
Okay.
I just want to add, like, sometimes it's not the problem, like how to make the online lesson. Maybe you have a good assignment or something. I start with the kids with very baby steps. Like we have the pre-recorded noises and sounds, and we have a music, and they compound the music in a way they know the music is a rhythm, guitar, piano, whatever, melody. And then they compound an environment made of noises and sounds. And we try to compare them. What is the difference between them? How does it affect them? What information they can gain from it? What is their vision in the mind? But the biggest problem is the reflection in the online lessons. It's not that immediate. And sometimes you just write them a message and then there's a day between it, 2 days, a week, unless they answer. And that's the biggest problem. The reflection is not immediate for me.
Okay, Luca, would you like to follow up? No.
Yeah, I think it's many things that also crossed my mind, and also what was mentioned in relation to working around the theoretical or technical side. But that's for me it's just a challenge right now to, for instance, work with the way sound can move objects or And yeah, it's just a shame, but I wrote down this idea of how to work with the rooms of the individual students. I think that's a very nice idea also to think about that in relation to teaching. So yeah, thanks.
We have a question from Bernd.
Yeah, it's not a question, it's a commentary. Thanks for that great presentation. What I think we have a similar problem, I would argue, in Germany as well, right? Because music at school is basically listening to classical music, trying to master your instrument or whatever, but it doesn't have to do anything with listening. So it basically, I think, boils down to individuals at school starting something, which is not yet in the curriculum, but which is at least a start. And the nicest thing I heard about was that, I think you have the same thing in Czech Republic as well. In Germany, it's called Waldkindergarten. It's basically the kind of kindergarten that goes into the woods and basically does things there. That would be a perfect environment to not only play with mud and in the rain, but also to sharpen your sensitivities to the acoustic ecologies in nature, right? And if you connect that to, for example, I still do these things in workshops. So I'm doing American studies, but I do a lot on sound. So every year we do a seminar in the Czech Republic in Olomouc with students from Frankfurt and Olomouc, and we do workshops. So if everything goes okay, we wanted to do this year already, but Corona basically fucked us up. But if everything works, next October, I'm going to bring David Rothenberg, the guy with the whales, bring him to a workshop to Olomouc, and where we do sound recordings. What always happens is, once you have, even with the most basic technology, for example, these Zoom handheld recorders, once you plug in with earphones, it totally sharpens your sensitivity to the sounds around, which is weird because it just has to do with those tiny little mics. But what happens is that immediately you are in a completely different world, which almost doesn't match with what you're seeing, because you're totally immersed in that kind of acoustic space. And I think the connection with that to early on in kindergarten already install this kind. I mean, kids love to do land art in the woods, right? And they love to listen to the sounds all around and play with that and experiment that. And I think if you connect those two things, and in my classes, I always also have the kind of good luck that I always use Henry David Thoreau's text early on in kindergarten already. There's something going on. Where in his diaries, he even talks about that he was standing on that pond in winter and was banging on the surface of the ice with wood, with stones, whatever, and what kind of joy that brings, right? And if you tell kids about that, of course, they would immediately try that. And I think if you start from that early age on, and then, of course, it has to depend on people who do that in primary school and whatever. But I think that would be already at least a start of a program that would do things like that, right? And maybe then trying to implement that in the curriculum would be a second step. But then you could already relate to, I don't know, temporal or local points of practice where basically people, kindergarten, schools already do that.
Yeah, thanks. And I got two things to this. The best reactions was for the recorders. I bought for my research fund setups for the small handy recorders.
Yeah.
But the best reaction, I make the workshops for art teachers.
Uh-huh.
Best reaction was from the old participants. 60-year-old lady told me, wow, I didn't realize the immersive. I can hear my steps.
Yeah.
Or steps at the workshop, she just stepped in the how it's called, on the stones, in the grass and everything. It was outside workshop. And this is the immersive experience. That's where I began with the teaching. Man must realize how sensitive can the ears be, but people haven't time to practice the Oliver's sound meditations or deep listening practicing. And this is the nice step. Got these handy recorders, and they are cheap, and it can work with the iPhone or something. and it works. Yeah, I use it. I use it in my education. And the second, my third, is about the kindergartens. Why I wanna do it into the institutional? Institutional, it's social same. The kindergarten in the kindergarten, the wood kindergarten, or how it's called. I know the German term, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
Are paid in Czech Republic. And it is for the higher class society can pay for the kindergarten. But in our region, in Ústí, for me, it's more important get it to the normally ground schools.
Yeah.
Because half of our schools are in the, how it's not ghetto, but we got another term in Czech. It's sociální lokalita.
Socially excluded.
Yeah, social excluded localities. That's half of our region. And for me, it's better make this to the institution, because not only the higher society or the middle class can get this experience, and it will be for me, for my goal, it's necessary to get into this. It's really hard to get into this structure, for the Ministry of Education, but I tried the small steps, and the revision of our programs, it's the first step in the digitalization, got something about sound. And the technical a bit, sorry, it's time.
No. I
Yeah.
thought you are finishing.
Yeah, and most teachers don't realize that then they can work with spatial audio. Every ground school got old DVD player with 5.1.
Yeah.
And I just show them that's Audacity, that's freeware. We got for the workshops, the VST video player. It's freeware, it's open source, but you can change this, the sound in the video and the expression of the video through the sound. And you can show them with the freeware and with the almost it's everything free. They just was telling me, yeah, I didn't realize it.
Yeah.
Working with sound must be so expensive. It's sounds so fancy, but like an artist, I found so many primitive ways to my spatial sound installation or something, and now I can apply it in education, and it's nice sometimes.
Yeah, Irena, please.
I totally agree with the kindergarten. Because as I'm analyzing right now the bios of various artists that are interested in the environment, and I find out that each of them is expressing that their childhood and their connection to nature through the childhood, like walking through the forest with parents, or running through the fields with boys or girls, playing games outside, was crucial for their relationship to the nature. Like being in the nature in their childhood was the best for them to make this connection. So I totally agree that the earlier the better.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other comments for this great talk? We were so immersed into the talk that we left Luisa waited in the waiting room. Apologies for this. Welcome back. And a question from Wojciech.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very inspiring for me because I teach guitar at school, musical school, mostly the children. And I think you were talking more about adding the sonic education next to the musical education. And my question is, if we can incorporate this even to the education of the instruments, like education of guitar. Yeah, if you can intertwine it somehow, or if you have some idea.
Yeah, some idea. Half of my work is making the workshops for the galleries, and you need to interpret another art pieces through some metaphor. To participants who get realize, aha, it's not so complicated. I just work on it. It's, you can look at the, with the noise at the fluxus, the experience with pianos or everything. How, not destroying the guitar or your workshop, of course, but it's the way. It's the way looking in the it's funny, but the Shepherd's book, which I mentioned, it's 50 years old. The all tendencies with these noises are captured 50 years old, and they are not mentioned in the music education. And I think one of the ways is going through this old art pieces, which was between music and art. The small field, it's for the another conference. What is music? What is performance? What is sound performance? And it's not the topic, but I think it's the way. For me, it's the way how to use instruments different.
Okay.
Like in the art education, how the students can use their cell phones with camera different. Just not use them as a camera, but as a instrument for creating art.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Irena, would you like to add?
No, it's been said all.
Luisa, please.
About instruments and teaching instruments, I just thought that it also makes a difference. That's very easy because usually people who have instruments also have a flat, right? So, but what happens if you go to a different room? How does your guitar sound in the bathroom? Things like that. And for example, I learned the violin. And when you tune the violin, you look for you basically you look at all the strings at the same time, more or less, because you look at how the sorry, I cannot do that in English, but but just to pay attention to those details, right? That would make a massive impact, I think.
Yeah. So Bernd, unmute, please, unmute.
Yeah, I don't know if Jan or Irena wanted to comment back on what Luisa said, so I didn't want to.
Oh.
I just have one commentary which I think ties in, because you mentioned that sometimes you feel that these listening exercises are too esoteric, and you would have to translate that to teachers. I'm not sure if that would be a good idea, to be honest, because I think the deeper problem is that these exercises, I think, only sound esoteric if you subscribe to a total distinction between brain and body or mind and body, right? If you think that exercises are just mental things where things like breathing or whatever don't play a role, then of course you're fucked, right? Then basically this is totally against what you're doing. And I think this is the basic problem, is that most of education is still going only through the rational. So it's a brain activity, and not the only thing where the body plays a role is sports, right? But not all the other subjects, which of course in a way is wrong, right? And if that could be changed, and I think you can't change that if you play the game and translate that into mental exercises or whatever. So I think in a way you should keep the beauty of the esoteric breathing exercise and all the things with it. So
yeah, I know, but I need to find the way how to communicate it. But it's not about the meditation and deep listening that without the concentration in the meditation way. But I need to know how to tell to the teachers with different words. It's not cutting out the edges of the feelings or something, but use the words for them and don't be cancelled from this discourse. So, or Igor? Or
Irena, would you like to?
No. For me, Jan is the master of sound. I'm the art teacher, so everything related like hardcore to sound, I leave to Jan.
Jimmy Gore, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to propose regarding the wording that maybe sometimes it's hard to find words, not only because we don't know them, but maybe also because they don't exist yet. I mean, this was also an aspect of your talk that I found quite important. I mean, there's first the sensibility towards sounds and music, but there's also vocabulary. And I think like the vocabulary of classical music, for example, took centuries to evolve, to come from like a very morally shaped language towards a romantic language, towards then an analytical one and stuff like this. And I think in regarding sound, we just don't have this this kind of language and development of language. And I think especially in teaching and in this way being forced to connect the experience of sound with pedagogy, with talking and reflecting on it. I think this is also a good field to develop a language that is maybe not there at all so far, because we address sound with a very, I would say, rough vocabulary.
Yeah, Miloš Wojciechowski. Please unmute.
Microphone, no.
To reflect on the call of Honza, now I'm not really sure if the basic schools or whatever, or even Walden schools are the best partner in this kind of lobbying activity. I would say that the contemporary gallery system in Czech Republic is still quite kind of vivid, and they are people who are working with children, even if it's based in a kind of visually culture. I think that people who are there, they are quite open to kind of multisensory creativity working, and this would be probably the best, I would say, the like best address to, or partner to address with this call, because as far as I know from like the most of the normal schools, you know, the children are so overwhelmed by all the tasks and with their headphones or mobile phones, and that they will probably not be in a good reception to teach something even more.
Yeah, thank you, Miloš. Of course, our department collaborate with galleries. Our students in the bachelor, they must work with the gallery, make the gallery educational program or interpretation contemporary art programs. But yeah, I think in the uninstitutional field, I think it's not, we work with them, with the galleries, or the making the workshops for the non-government organization, or some workshops for volunteers in, or how it's, some center for public, which is called Hraniča, and we work with them. I think Irena too works with the schools and make the programs, but the goal is make something like sonic literacy in the schools. And I think it was 20 years ago, I was watching the discussion and I was reading the old catalogs from the conference. It was 30 years ago. How to add photography and video, new media, into the art education. That is impossible. Get the video or conceptual art into art education. And now I think it's well established. and in the programs are the new media established. It takes time, I know, but I think the children in my art education classes wasn't bored or how it's called, tired. It is enough and for teaching. It is, if you got good teachers or good program how to teach, uh, it works with the children in the primary schools, of course.
Yeah, Irena, you the master of teaching. So.
Just a little bit to add to Jan's last words. It's a complete difference when you have a workshop at a gallery. There you have just the good kids. Let's say it's a it's a treat. It's a treat for them from the teacher to take them to gallery because they won't embarrass him or something. It's a treat to to those kids. They are only good kids usually in the galleries or like the good classes. And if you are in a normal school process, like every day since 7 o'clock until 3 in the afternoon, the art education is always something for relaxing in a point of view. That's the point of view. So I, as a teacher of literature and Czech language, also I can say that subject Czech language and literature is at the top. You make the finals in this subject, so everything you do is completely prepared. You have a wide terminology based on philosophical linguistic approaches. You have already something called reading workshops, close reading. That is already in the curriculum. So they have this empty space between like art education and literature. And that's why we want with Jan to implement this kind of teaching in the normal regular curriculum, because we already know how to do it with literature, but literature cannot be like the only way of communication. We cannot like gain all the information from words, just from words, because something cannot be expressed in words, and that's something that we would miss.
Okay, thank you all. We have to move on. Our next speaker, Polina Katenka, is here with us. So let me introduce her. So thank you. While she's moving to sit here. Her talk is entitled Artistic Research of Aspects and Potentialities of Spatial Audio System Applications in Context of Gallery Installation and Audio Performance. Everybody welcome Polina Katenka.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank everyone for being with us for this long 2 days. And thank you for all your talks. It was really inspiring to experience all these discussions and all these reactions. There was lots of inspiring work presented. Yeah, I'm happy to be a part of this. And my presentation will be a bit different. I will present my own practice as an artistic practice. And just give me a moment, please. Yes. Yes. Yes, my presentation is focused more on artistic practice. It would be, of course, personal and subjective. That's just, I would like to mention in the beginning. I decided to structure it in a way that I would just set up some framework of my work, of my activities, what made the most influence on me, and why I work the way I do, and why I'm interested in the topics that I will be mentioning. But first I would like to introduce myself a bit, because I think it's also an important part of an artist to background, because I think it's important in my practice that I'm not from Europe. I'm from Belarus, and I am in Europe for 6 years studying at Faculty of Art and Design in Ústí nad Labem at Time-Based Media. Jan also was studying there. We studied there together, and I will talk about it later a bit in regard of Phonon Crew project. And before I came to Czech Republic, I worked with photography, so I didn't work with sound at all. And my first encounter with music, with sound, was in high school. I went to a high school in Minsk, and I had various music lessons, which were including choir and playing dulcimer and playing an orchestra, but unfortunately it wasn't in a way to make a child like me really involved into it. So I didn't go on with working with sound from that moment, and all started at the Faculty of Art and Design. So just a bit about this. I will just mention a couple of works which I guess most of you know, but I think it's necessary to make a kind of essence that influenced the rest that you will see. First work is this Philips Pavilion from World Fair in Brussels from 1958. I find this work fascinating in lots of ways because of course, very creative use of spatial sound. It was one of the first work presented in such a massive dimension, huge. The form of the pavilion also was made in a way of transferring the graphic score and from two-dimensional surface to a three-dimensional object, which is also fascinating to me because this is a work that basically came from a music piece, a sound piece that was lately transformed into a visual form in architecture. Other thing that I want to mention is Osaka, the German pavilion at 70s Expo in Osaka, Japan, which was meant to be in the beginning a very progressive way of spatial music also. The first idea was to place orchestra inside of the public, so public would surround the orchestra, but Karl-Heinz Stockhausen made it work in a different way. He proposed to reverse it, and he proposed to the sound to surround the public. So it was also one of the first also like projects in this huge dimension presented to the public, where the special audio was presented in such a way. It was like one of the first steps of immersive audio, as to say. One more very important point I would like to mention is the format, I would say, of Francois Bale, which is called acousmonium, where there is no person playing the sound, and there is only speakers that the public see, and sometimes also not speakers, but just the darkness, and it's based on acousmonic perception of sound, of information of the world, when we just hear sound without any visuals, and we just receive and perceive sounds as themselves without any additional context. It was criticized a bit later with coming up of computer music and etc., but it's not the point right now. One of the most interesting thing to me was the beginning of ambisonics, when it was possible to work with sound not on channel-based approach, but when the sound as an object was transferred to the sound system. So the person didn't work with each channel separately, but had the sound which one can move in a simulated space. So it just expanded the possibilities and the potentialities of spatial creation, spatial audio creation. Of course, it was based in the beginning of recording more than on making composition or playing live, but yes, later it developed into a format that, of course, is still very connected very much with recording, like spatial recording, when you have to use microphones with a setup very directly to get the whole picture of the sonic environment or sonic event, sonic situation that you can transfer later into the same ambisonic system. So yeah, it's a immersive audio that also was mentioned yesterday. One of the very big problems, my own opinion, is that there is a very limited way of perceiving it, because there is one sweet spot where the whole composition can be perceived correctly. I just added this format of sound dome, just to mention it. I will not talk about it much. And wavefield synthesis, which is the most, it's the most hyper-realistic format where the sound really appear as they are at some specific places in the sound system, but it's not about this right now because I'm running out of time. One of very important institutes or formats right now, from my point of view, is Spatial Sound Institute. We experienced it once. It's the one on the picture is in Budapest, but they also created a platform that can be moved. So we had the experience of this at ZKM in Karlsruhe in Germany. And the person is not surrounded by the speakers as a circle or as a sphere, but the person is completely into the field of sound, which is just, which is creating very, like a real, another dimension of just with the means of sound. I advise to check it out, maybe if it will someday be open again after the COVID crisis. Of course, I would love to mention the listening approach from Pauline Oliveros, because for me personally, it was ear-opening moment when I realized, I think it happened to most of us, but when I realized that listening and hearing can be actually an active process, not just a part of our orientation in space or a part of communication, but it can also add more dimension to perceiving the world and understanding ourselves, and getting to understand better the surroundings and the people around us. The last work or person that I want to mention is Bernhard Leitner, which is one of the people who was one of the first who started working with sound as a medium. If you check his work, there are lots of installations that are very visual and physical, but I'm more focused on his work where it was just speakers, and he worked with sound as a matter of, he worked with sound as a sculptor, which works with stone or which works with clay. He works with sound as a matter which with which he can build up the. Of course, it's experience. It's not fixed. We just can experience it at that place at one point of time, without a possibility to experience it the same again. But it's that's what I find very fascinating about this. Like this is very it lasts for like very short moment, this experience, but it's super physical and super present at the moment. I would move to my work. This is one of the first work where I worked with sound. It was a real-time audio installation, which was based on very basic technical setup. I found, this is our faculty, I found inside of the building different sounds that are usually hidden or like being unnoticed or latent or even maybe sometimes irritating, like sound of a refrigerator or automated with drinks or something else, computer buzzing, etc. And I amplified the sounds. I was picking up the sound with the contact microphones, piezo microphones, piezo pickups, and I was amplifying the sound. And where you see these green dots, there were the sound sources inside and the speakers, like here, put outside on the windows. So there were 6 sound sources projected in front of the building, where there is already always some specific soundscape, which is around the campus. And for the 3 days of exhibitions of our works, it was projected in real time from opening till end of exhibition. So this was, it reversed in some way soundscape of inside of the building, and it projected it in front of it, and it immersed with the soundscape existing out of the building there. Next work, yeah, this was work based on essays of visual artist, Czech visual artist Josef Čapek, of his books, of his essays written into the clouds, which was written during 30s and 40s years of the 20th century. I found a vinyl recording of this while working at another project in the library with the archive. So I decided to cut the samples and transmit them, play them randomly. So I set up a project in a software, and the samples were played randomly and were randomly transferred to these 16 channels, or like as you see here on the bottom, there's 8 channel, which was a part of semestral work. This is an exhibition. They were transmitted to this spatial audio system. So, and also the positioning of the speakers above the head of the listener and close to the ceiling was also one of the points, like making the sound a kind of a cloud, making it, creating a cloud from words which are taken from essays of a visual artist, but transmitted like into the sound work. This is my bachelor thesis, bachelor work, where I addressed the ambisonic system a lot, also referring to this sweet spot and this limitation of how do we say it? No, just that it's very privileged to have a possibility to listen to it, to experience it. So I somehow tried to reflect it. The funny thing was about this work was that I planned to work with 8 channels installation, and the visual part of it that you see, that's very thrown also in meaning of visual communication. I perceived in the beginning just as a construction to hold to the speakers, but of course I addressed also ambisonics with it, just to make kind of a fusion feeling and the feeling of the sphere. This situation was that one grain, which is the part of sound which is every digital sound is built of is 1 millisecond, is 1 grain, is the smallest part that we can divide digital sound into, was generated in the software, and it ran during the exhibition. It randomly was multiplied and also projected to the Ambisonic software system. I had also a possibility to exhibit this work in different conditions, because here I will not play the composition, but the acoustic situation was very distorted because of the echo of the room. And when I first heard this composition outside, because the installation was exhibited outside, when it was immersed also into the soundscape, it was in Prague at Atrium Gallery. It had a completely different meaning to me also, and maybe that was also a moment when I truly connected to that work, because it showed itself in a completely different context. I will go on. Yes, this is one of the first collaborations, also together with Jan Krumholz and Barry One, who will have this next speech. And it was a part of Možné Nutné Biennale in Benátky over Jizera, which is a small city close to Prague, where Miloš Vitichovský was organizing a symposium for students of art schools focused on environment and acoustic ecology also. And we decided to work together on a sound installation where we used field recordings from the river, or from Jizera River. And after that, we set up a 8-channel installation, just working with specifics of the acoustics of the stalls. This is former stalls. And what's interesting, that is just was only the same mono file, which was transmitted through the speakers, but connected with the acoustics of this and the form of the space. It created a very, very immersive experience there, because also here we have pictures with long exposure, but it was very, very dark there, and it was even like the feeling of humid there. So it was like very like 4D experience there. So you heard the sound, you were immersed in the space, you were also coming from 40 degrees outside, you were suddenly in a situation of 20 or maybe 15 degrees, and also in humidity. So it's worked very well there. Our next work also with Jan Krumholz, and it was last year, the conference Murmurans Mundus, focused on sonic ecology, where we worked also with recordings of river, which we also, you see the TV there. We also worked with Ibra Ibrahimovic, who is documenting the Bilina River for a long time, and has lots of publications about it, and one specifically with photographs of the places based on the river. And we tried to follow the river from the spring to the place where it connects to Labe, and document the places where there's strong consequences of sound pollution caused by different events occur. For example, when there is a river which is put into the pipes and goes just into pipes like for several kilometers and then goes outside finally. There's lots of manipulation with Bilina River and lots of chemical industry affecting it. So we tried to reflect it together with the pictures of Ibra, and we made a spatial audio installation both with the speakers, just put on a gallery space. Yeah, this is also, I see it as a spatial work, or spatial audio work, where I use a stick with a coil here, and I transmit, I just amplify the signal, electromagnetic fields, and put them to the speaker so it can be monitored in real time, and with the help of sound, the presence of electromagnetic emission in just around of us at every meter of buildings or outside where we are situated at the moment. So it was an interesting approach to me, for myself personally, to have a possibility to not to go with headphones and some electromagnetic pickup, but to expand it a bit and also have the possibility to experience it with other people and let the visitors of the exhibition to experience it by themselves, to be part of exploration. Yes. Yes, this is part of with performances, because this is one of the most interesting part for me personally right now, because I find this observation and exploration of possibilities and potentialities of sound and instruments that we work with alone or together with in collaborations at the real time with the public as the most effective and the deepest moments that I experienced with the sound from the beginning. And this was one of the first work of spatial performance together also with Jan Kromholz in Teplice in Telekom, where you see it's like a very special architectural element which connected, it was a corridor that connected two parts of the building. And it has really fascinating acoustic qualities, not very pleasant, but very interesting to be into. This material, I guess you know it, it's very plastic and it's very soft, the sound there. Yeah, and we played improvisation together there and tried to implement our approaches into this quadraphonic system at that very specific place. This is also a quadraphonic performance, but a very special one for me, because there were 5 people participating there. It was Jan Kromholz, Martin Marek, me, Iva Polonecka, and Matej Šinkyřík. We made it in a way that first person, because it was made as a chain. So the first person had a recording of Baroque Sipka. It's a Baroque mechanical clocks of Plasy Monastery. And we made the recording there in advance. And then we were processing it in a chain. So one first person had just the recording with slight effects, and the other person got it already affected, and it was like this till the end. And Martin Marek was controlling the diffusion of sound during the whole performance. So he got from us from all together totally processed sound and diffused it to quadraphonic system. From my personal point of view, it was a bit not disconnected to the very place where we were, because it already had lots of echo and delay. But it was a very specific experience for me to do it like in this kind of collaboration. This was work of, I will just make it very short, try. This work was an exploration for me. It was an output from outside in, inside out residency in Stadtwellen, which is in Saxon, Switzerland. They make events in a gallery residency there in a forest, in a gallery which is placed close to the forest. And I developed there this approach where I had a recording prepared in advance, and I played it through 2 Bluetooth speakers. So recording was stereo, and I had 2 Bluetooth speakers and 2 sticks like this, and together with Alois Young, who you can see here in this picture. I asked him just shortly before performance to do it with me. And we just together, we went through this gorge and met in the middle, and then went like this. So, and during this, we were projecting the sound from the Bluetooth speakers in a way that we were kind of exploring the potentialities of this very place in the woods, how we all can, like we as people who are also having some artistic activities, and people who are part of this performance as listeners with us, how it can work with this sound exploration in the spatial situation. Yeah. I think I will just mention one last performance. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, this is one of the last performances, group performances of our collective Auxig, together with Jan Krumholz, Berivan, and Petr Hanžel. 3 of us, we are making the sounds, and Petr Hanžel is working with projection. And this performance was very special in the meaning of that it was very special in the meaning of speciality, because we were placed here in Ústí nad Labem in campus of UJEP, and Jan was also playing with transducers on this construction, and the whole performance was streamed. This sound was streamed to Dresden. And Petr was also adding his generated visuals to it, reacting to our sounds. So there were 2 separate experiences connected into one, and somehow influencing each other, I would say even. I think, yes, I wanted to say about Phenon, but I think I just ran out of time. I just will mention that we tried, like there's 4 of us for now, maybe more people together, like with Petr also. We are devoting ourselves to connecting all these activities that we have regarding the sound and spatial sound, and again, generated visuals, and collective experience of sound or audiovisual events into the events that we organize in Ústí nad Labem, mostly in Hraničar, but it also happened in Minsk or in Düsseldorf. I just will show just pictures, and I guess I should finish. Yeah, because it's too much. Okay. Yes, I think okay. Thank you for
Okay, many thanks to Paulina. I must say I have only admiration for her after I saw this. And there are many, many topics to discuss. But first, I must say that Paulina and Jan not only presenting today, but they are the technical background of all the conference, and they are also teaching. And what is most important and interesting for me, that they are not theoreticians. They are people who really think through sound and with sound. They don't think about it. They don't theorize it as much as we philosophers do. And it's really, really interesting work they have done so far. Yeah, and from theoretical point of view, what is most interesting for me and what I would like to ask Paulina is, or not theoretical, but what is the from in your work? What is the main goal or main interest for you in all your works? Is there something in common? You know, what you want to do or express, or yeah.
I think I work a lot, like in most of my works, I come at some moment at a play, maybe also like a psychological for me. I don't know how to express it in the right way, but a play with dimensions and a scale of different realities and different situations and different perspectives of view, of perception of the world around us. Maybe it's too abstract, I'm not sure, but
I mean, regarding sound, it was really interesting to hear and see that you take sound as a type of matter, or how to say that, that can be sculpted.
Yeah.
That is not just something that happens to us when we listen, but yeah, maybe the concept of active listening. How is it important in your work, or how do you work with it?
I would say about this approach where it's possible to work with sound as a matter that can be sculpted, because I think these specific details about this, that it's very abstract the first look, but the same moment it can be like very specific in this experience. But I mean, what I want to say is that it can be used to express very abstract perspective on the view of the world, on the view of the person of one in the world, and how it can be related to all the possibilities, all the dimensions, all the directions that are all the times are like evolving at every moment. I don't know. It's a kind of getting aware of all these existing dimensions and potentialities that cannot be touched or cannot be seen, but they exist. And for me, it's this. I guess it's about this.
Okay. Are there any questions from the audience, please? Comments or remarks?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Me?
To whom?
So Jim was first, then Bernd.
Sorry.
Okay, mine is by Milos. Mine is quite similar to maybe what you asked, and we had it also in the discussion, the question of the speciality of sound. And I think it was Matthew with his presentation on virtual reality, asking, okay, we have the technology, why is the spatial dimension so underemployed in sound? Because I mean, in, let's say, traditional music, you also have like spatial approaches or something like that, but they are mainly metaphorical. Like there is an up and down or taking space of the music, but I think have the feeling that the axis of space is not really arrived in the design of sound and in the sonic art. And I think the 4D system in Budapest that you mentioned is like probably really an interesting tool for that, because I had the feeling that they really project illusionary sound sources in the space and move them through the space as if there was a source, but you don't see it because of this arrangement of the speakers. And there was the first time I really had the feeling you could work with space as an axis of the sound, like not pitch high or low or the relations of tones to each other, or sonic fields, but really as objects that can intervene in space, and where the direction from where they come, how close they are, and stuff like this becomes interesting for the music.
Yeah, that's what fascinates me very much about these spatial audio formats and platforms, and now the most effective with this is body sound, because it allows you really to work with sound as a matter. It allows you not just to play a composition, a musical composition, but to really create a really physical, because we all experience it as a physical world when we are inside of such a system. We have a really realistic experience of being somewhere. And of course, everyone defines it for themselves, this space, these specific spaces, the topologies, based on their previous experiences and knowledge and etc. But we really experience space, not just this sound system in some form, but how I can explain like space in a more specific way. It was told yesterday about the binaural sounds, for example, or the application of spatial audio in virtual reality or augmented reality. And I think like these platforms are just expanding this experience. We can create a fully realistic experience, which doesn't have to be based on real sounds, or doesn't have to send us to some real places which are somewhere, existing somewhere, but we can create the spaces with the help of this and live them. Yeah, I guess I hope I answered.
Bernd, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I also wanted to go into the same direction, because I think that once you start with the point of sonic matter that can be sculptured, and sonic, the idea of space, not only sound in space, but sound as a spatial extension, that might also give us a first hint of what Jim Igor mentioned, that we're missing a vocabulary, because then we could talk about spatial properties of sound, right? So density, fluidity, which will not be just metaphors, but actual spatial parameters of the sound, right? Which in a way is there in Varese already, when he says that sound is basically masses of sound penetrating each other or getting into collusion with each other. And I think that's a kind of vocabulary which does not take from musicology or whatever, but basically from definitive spatial properties of the sound itself. And I think this is something that not only in artistic production, but also in the reflection about that should be a prominent part of the whole discourse or vocabulary.
Yeah, I would like to say that regarding the vocabulary, it's also a very contemporary issue. For example, in the field of studying art, because most of the vocabulary that we have for now was created in one situation for visual arts, or in another situation for music. And none of them can be fully applied to such works that, for example, I do, or lots of other people do, but just based on sound, which are not related completely to music, and not that cannot be described or cannot be defined with the words, with the vocabulary that we have for visual arts. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I may, I am also interested, you mentioned it a little bit in a social dimension of your work, working with people, that it is somehow important for you, or the social dimension of your artistic installations. How about that?
I believe that sound has, we had proofs of it today already when we watched some former presentations, for example, on sonic warfare and etc. We all know that sound can affect us physically and emotionally and psychologically. And that's one of the things that I always bear in mind when I work on sound or audio performances, that sound can contribute to our mental health or to our psychological state. It's one of the parts, and another part of it is more experienced in audio performances where the people are present when they're together, when they are forming a kind of a whole, which just somehow it's just a whole and it's acting as a whole, and people are present at the same time at the same place and experience it together, which is one of the most straightforward thing for me. I also need to mention that it's difficult sometimes for me personally to get into this connection, because I feel sometimes separated from the public, because I tend sometimes, I think lots of performers have this too, that I tend to imagine myself how am I perceived by the people, and this makes me disconnect from this communal, or not communal, but collective experience. But when this happens, when I just get rid of this perspective of myself in it, and when I just go for the sound, I would say it. This is the most straightforward tools or experiences. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, some Wojciech wants to add something. Please do.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you. I would like to go back to the what was Jim and Bernd talking about from maybe different perspective. You are talking about you have some experience with what you do, some kind of physical experience with the space. And maybe I would like to I would like to ask if you have even something like maybe spiritual, some kind of spiritual experience with the space, and maybe in this context, and there could be helpful the concept of genius loci of a space. Yeah. So if you have something to this.
I think it can be called like this, but I also want to say that while performing, I really don't think about how can these sounds that are happening be perceived or explained or categorized by the people, even if it sometimes sounds like something specific and people are imagining something behind these sounds. But I try to disconnect with this, and I just try to really follow the sounds as just sounds that are just themselves. Without interpretation, yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, but you're somehow communicating with the space. For example, with the church in Passy, it must be very impressive, but it must be very specific from any other place in the world. So I'm asking if is there some genius loci or something like this?
I think Jan wants to join us in the discussion.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Hello again.
Hi.
It's about genius loci, but I think we are not only sound artists, visual artists too. Our works was really visual circa 5 years ago. And in the installation, me personally, I got the straight site-specific approach. I make the pieces for the gallery, for my feeling from the gallery or something. That's why I got not the permanent pieces. That's the installation or performance really with the context of the sites, of the venues. It's the performances, yeah, it's nice moment. You saw it. It was in the church, and the performance in the church was from the church clocks, from the Baroque clock machine, and it was the sound of it which was post-produced. The second one, it was which was remade to the Dresden. I just found it the side where was the air conditions, which are the in sonic ecology the really straight acoustic pollution, and I use it for the amplifying the nice sounds which was from the birds, which was taken from the real life from the trees. And with Paulina, we talking when we work together on the performances or crew about this site-specific approaches. It's and in the church, in the church, it was about some Catholic holidays, and we worked with the Protestants. Because the water is connection to the church for us.
So thank you again. We have to move to the last presentation. So all the last Mohicans who are present here still have the pleasure to. Is it recorded?
Yeah, is it recorded?
To see the last recorded speech. I'm playing it right now, yeah, here.
Hello, I'm Bear One. I was born and growing up in Hong Kong. I am a guitarist, composer, sonic artist, and multimedia artist. I am doing my PhD and teaching in food, UYEP, in Ustila 11. When I was in Hong Kong, I studied animation at Institute of Vocational Education in Kunta. Meanwhile, I studied photography at VTC, Vocational Training Center. After that, I moved to Czech Republic. First, I studied Bachelor of Multimedia and Guitar Performance at Janacek Academy of Music and Performing Art in Brno. And then I studied the second diploma, which is the Bachelor Equivalent degree at London College of Music. After that, I finished my Master of Composition at Academy of Performing Arts in Prague. And now, as I mentioned, I'm doing my PhD of Visual Communication at the UYEP in Ustila 11. I got my master degree from London College of Music in January as well. Also, I am teaching in Prague at International School of Music and Fine Arts. I have won a couple of competitions in the different parts of the world, as you can see in the list. For example, in the Foro International New Music Festival in Mexico, Music Lab in Mexico, and Florida Electroacoustics Festival in US, Osaka University of Art, Electron Acoustic Music Festival 2017 in Japan, and so on. So my pieces has been performed in different countries in the world. It was in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Japan, Czech Republic, Sweden, Germany, Italy, Austria, Slovakia, Spain, United States of America, Mexico, and Brazil. Okay, now we can start our topic today. Today, I'm going to talk about combining electroacoustic sound and acoustic instruments such as violin, flute, or saxophone. First of all, I would like to clear some terminology or definition of some terms. And I think you all have heard about electronic music and also electroacoustic music. What is the difference between them? So the main difference between them is electronic music is more commercial or pop, such as techno, drum and bass, hip hop. Mainly the performance, or you can listen such music in the disco or pubs. And the electroacoustic music is more academic, and I would say even more artistic and higher art value. Those music you can listen in the concert hall or gallery. Okay, second, we have different way to perform or apply the electroacoustic music. The first one is live electronic, which produce the sound in live with or without improvisation strategies, such as live coding, digital instrument such as galas, T-stick, Wii controller, MIDI controller, and whatever interface. And the second way is acousmatic, which use the tape. We can also use tape or fixed media to express this kind of performance in mainly in North America, Canada, USA. First of all, the sonic artist edit and mix the sound in the studio with or without live diffusion. And the third thing is our topic, embedding electroacoustic sound and acoustic instrument. Both sung together. One is acousmatic or live electronic, and the other one is live music, which performed by a musician or the player. It is very fascinating way for me to doing music performance because it combines sounds from speakers and instrument. Pre-recording sounds playback or amplification from the same instrument can be really interesting. For example, we have some violin tone and we have the live instrument playing the real sound combined with the speaker with some modulation, with reverb or some effect. It can enlarge and extend the timbre of the acoustic instrument. The second thing is acousmatic and live performance together. Those are very opposite. They are in contrast. Performer produce the sounds by the instrument, which you can see how they really make the sound in front of you physically. And acousmatic, you just hear the sound without seeing. And those are very interesting because you can see some sounds producing in front of you and some sound not. And those are playing in front of me together. So it can be really interesting experience and perception. And the third thing is richer the timbre. The dry instrument with wet speaker, which is like really making the real acoustic sound with electroacoustic instrument. You amplification the sound with some effect to make it better. And there are two sides of every coin. We have no exception. It is very fascinating, but we also have to facing some difficulties. First of all is arranging electroacoustic sound and instrument into the same aesthetic and musical space. For example, the panel of speakers is telling you the space and direction to the audience. And this is like we have to combine the sound with the electroacoustic sound and instrument together is not easy. I will go through in the some examples in the coming sections. And the second thing is how to synchronize the tape and the instrument. In other words, how to make them playing together, how to synchronize them. And the third thing is balance, the balance between electroacoustic sound and the instruments, which can be really difficult. Now, we can dig a little bit deeper for those difficulties. First of all, arranging electroacoustic sound and instrument into the same aesthetical or musical space. We can study some master about this issue. I think most of people you know him as Mario Davidovsky, who is an Argentinian. I think he is still teaching in the Columbia Princeton Electronic Music Center. He has a very interesting research between 1963 and 2006. Synchronism is a series of composition. This is like combine the ensemble live instruments and pre-recording tape. Davidovsky explains that one of the central ideas of these pieces is the search to find ways of embedding both the acoustic and the electroacoustic into a single, coherent musical and aesthetic space. We have an example here today, the synchronism number 6 for piano and electronic sound in 1970s. We have an example here. The entire tape is played 2 seconds before the piano starts. We can see the diagram below, and it is very clear. You can see that it's written tape start 2 seconds before. And we can have a look a little bit more the setup. This diagram shows the setting and indication of performing the pieces. It is clearly seen that the placement of the speakers play a very important role here to make both electroacoustic and acoustic instrument into the same space. I will read it for you. Accidentals apply only to the notes which they immediately precede. The playback equipment to be used should be of a very high professional quality. This is the only way to ensure proper reproduction of the electronic part and proper acoustic balance with the piano. It is highly desirable to locate both loudspeaker very close to the piano in order to concentrate as much as possible the projection of the sound. See the diagram below. The speakers are right next to the piano. And playing the tape at once need the pianist practice with the tape and try to match the synchronize or the electroacoustic sound. I have tried this approach, but it is not very easy. First of all, it's relied on how much practice of the player. Some players they spend more time, some because they are into it, and some of them they don't have enough time. So the result of the performance is really relied on the player, which is like not so reliable. And second of all, not clear enough to indicate which bar is playing in the tape. And when the pianist is listening to tape, it is just the tape. They don't really know where are they. We're gonna talk about that, how to cope with this problem a little bit later of the synchronization in the next section. Now we are focusing on the studying how to make the same aesthetical space. I have my own example. Terence in Tanche. As far as I remember, it was performed in Prague in 2016. 16 instrument and electroacoustic sequence. Now we can see more clear. This is the ensemble sets of Terence of Tanche. You can see this is a very, very typical, ordinary Western orchestra or chamber orchestra ensemble setting. The conductor is in front of the musician, and I was the electroacoustic controller. And you can see everything there is the bassoon and the horn and the brass section from behind, like everything like the typical one, and the string section just right in front of the conductor and the wind. Okay, and the most important thing is how I place the speakers. You can see I have like 4 speakers. This is only an stereo fixed media recording, but I have 4 speakers to make it more coherent and focus in different places inside the ensemble instead of outside, because I have seen so many pieces they put it like extremely left or right on the stage, or even they put it inside or surrounding the audience. It makes the musical space too wide. It is something like 2 different things playing together. It doesn't work in my point of view. So it is much better to place the speaker inside the ensemble or around the player. This is the second example of my affliction for flute, percussion, and electroacoustic sequence. You can see I place the speakers around the player. And very strange thing, because the flute player told me it is very loud from the electroacoustic sound. But the thing is, the flute player, she used to play in the orchestra, and the wind section is always in front of the percussion and the brass. So I don't really understand how come she feel it is like really loud, because they used to be loud, right? In the orchestra, the percussion and the brass is much louder than my electroacoustic sequence. And finally, I found out maybe they are not used to the electroacoustic sound. So that's why they think it is too loud for them. So I have a suggestion. If you have such setting, it is better to tell them in advance. Otherwise, they will have a lot of complaint and they don't feel comfortable. And they won't trust you. The audience can really perceive the perfect balance between you, the speakers and the player. Okay, we are talking about the second difficulties, how to synchronize the tape and the instruments. The method 1 is dividing the tape into little tracks and follow the performers playing it one by one. We have an example here from Sariaho, which is a Finnish composer based in Paris. The Nora Laura, it is a very famous piece which was composed in the year 1993 for flute and electroacoustic sound. Actually, the smaller check, the better, but it can make mistake easier, because it is too detailed and too precise. Sometimes you may miss the track, and you can just get lost, either you or the player. Okay, now we can have a look at the score, and the score is very well notated. You can see the rehearsal marks, those are the alphabets inside the box, A, B, C, D, and the bar numbers. You can see the numbers inside the box. Also the cues of the electroacoustic sound. inside the circle. So we can have a look. Actually, just not have a look. We can listen to it a little bit. I don't know how much you are used to reading the notes, and just try to focus and follow as much as you can. This is a very short example. It is very beautiful pieces, right? It makes use of the amplification and some modulation with the tape, and it's just interesting. But we have some disadvantages here. First of all is I met Santiago long time ago in Prague, and she told me she is not satisfied for any performance of it because it is too complicated to synchronize. The sound, the electroacoustic sound, and the playing. So it is like very difficult to get the perfect version. The perfect version is only in the studio. And the second thing is like catching the cues and controlling the volume and the feedback and everything is very difficult in the live situation. Picture this: you have to follow the player with the score, and if you miss anything, it can be really disaster because it is very detailed and each cue is you just can't miss each cue because it is one by one and follow each other. So you have to really behave and like you have to follow them exactly. And meanwhile, you have to control the balance if they have the feedback because they have the microphone there to pick up the acoustic sound from the instrument, so it can produce some feedback from the speakers. And you have to control the feedback, and you have to cut the feedback immediately, and you have to go back to the volume, and then you have to still monitoring the cue, which is really difficult. So, which is a lot of practice and stress. Okay, now we have the second example, method number 2. It is from Andrew Sturrett, who is a Canadian. He is teaching in the Lethbridge University. He is a friend of mine now. Recently, he is quite into the live cooking, and we are going to have a performance, online performance over Estuary on 2nd of December. I will give you some more information by the end of the presentation. Okay, he has a method for synchronize the tape and the instrument together. He used the max MSP to follow the player and playing the correct track, which means it is like an automatical method, but it works very well even with extended technique. Extended techniques means playing the instrument in non-ordinary way. For example, when you're playing the violin, you use the wood instead of the hair for bowing, or using some percussion like using your hands or the bow to produce some percussive sound on the violin or cello, or bowing the cello's tailpiece instead of the strings, something like that. And it can be a very interesting strategies and very effective, but it's very complicated to create a patch, and it spends so much time to try with the performer. Also, we have to try it on site because in the site it can be really different, like a situation. for the sound, and they really have to try to practice and try the track, the patch in the venue, in the concert hall. So this is very good way, but it has some limitation. So the method 3 is my way, and it is an animated notation. I call it karaoke notation because it looks like karaoke. It's showing you where are you exactly, and where should you play, what should you play, something like that. For me, it is very clear and easy to follow. The player, they can just look at the monitor or their cell phone or iPad to see where they are and what should they play. It can save a lot of rehearsing time, because especially for a big ensemble, because they just need the things, the monitor or the tablet they need, and then they can practice and play by themselves. It is very easy. It was inspired by the picture with the same name of Gerhard Richter, who is a very famous German painter. Maybe you know him. That's all for today. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, feel free to contact me. This is my contact. Thank you.
Jo,
nevadí, nevadí.
Ne,
Budeme růžový.
toho říkám Milošovi. Hello, welcome back. We wait for camera. So, thanks to Barry, I have a message from Barry. He cannot participate in a discussion on Zoom because he's from Hong Kong, and Zoom is for him not a safe place to be. So he mentioned his contacts at the end of his talk, and if you would like to ask him questions, please contact him. There was a website or email or a Facebook even. So we went from Belarus to Hong Kong, and it's getting more tough. So would you like to comment maybe on Barry's talk? Some inspiration or...
If not, I think it's the time for concluding remarks for whole conference, for the whole conference. I personally really appreciated everything. I think we managed to connect really interesting people together, and that we managed to see the sonic thinking from different perspectives, connect theoreticians and practitioners together. And I think that we have a lot of things to reflect in the future, and I hope there will be another possible cooperations and real-time meetings. And thank you everyone for staying with us and investing your time and energy to this conference.
Yeah, thank you for organizing that wonderful event. It was really inspiring, 2 days long, but that was really worth it. So great. Thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
And yeah, hope to see you again for a beer in real life.
Yeah.
We have just ordered some beer. And I also want to thank everyone. And we have created really an intimate atmosphere, I would say, with nice discussions. And I'm personally inspired and have a lot of inspiration to work with. So I'm very happy that this happened, even in this online version. And I hope that also as we did this, that we would be able to meet somewhere. We plan, if the COVID will be over us, to organize some sonic event here in Ústí nad Labem with the Phonon crew, a performance. So what was planned to be on Monday, we hope to organize it next year. So we will of course invite you and welcome you here. So thanks to everyone. Thanks for participation.
Right. Thanks a lot. And let's stay in touch somehow.
Yes, I will be sending an email regarding the open philosophy, the topical issue, with more information.
Yeah.
And yeah.
The website will be the documentation.
Yeah. Also, I have to remind you that we have some comments on YouTube channel. Also, thanking everyone. There were constantly people watching the live stream. So really, it was from something between 10 and 40 participants on the YouTube channel, which is, I think, very nice. And the talks were recorded, the discussions were recorded, and we plan to transform the web page of the conference, the sonicthinking.net, to the beer arrived. And
lucky bastards.
I'm driving, so
yeah.
I cannot. And so it will be turned to archive, so you could re-watch the talks and discussions. And I will be sending another email to who wouldn't want to be included in the archive to take to not give us the consent, of course. So that's it. Would you like to say something, or?
No, I want to make it go on.
Yeah. Another days, hours, yeah. So thanks again. Enjoy the evening.
You too.
Good luck for your work, and hopefully see you sometimes again. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thanks, bye.
Everyone.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you to all of you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Enjoy the beer.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Show it to us.
Yeah, it's not.
I can finish the stream.
Oh.
I can stay in Zoom.
It's a delivery, so it's some.
Stop the stream and stay on Zoom.
Okay, we are stopping the live stream, but who wants to see some beer?